con l'imbarcazione che segue la gara per ogni singolo centimetro. So now it's time to jump on water for the first time of the day and joining our wonderful colleague James Colt.
From the water. Lovely conditions for coastal rowing out here this morning. We've got a much flatter sea state than we ended yesterday, with a bit of land breeze coming across the course left to right, which caused a bit of problem down on the leeward side of the start line. We saw the boats of Austria 1, New Zealand 2 and Japan 1 having a little bit of a tangle, and it meant that as they all tried to get separated from each other and find their space, the rower Genki Amori from Fujitsu Japan 1 ended up facing the wrong way and had to do a full 180 before he was able to cross the line. So he's working hard to try and catch up, but it is New Zealand 1 out front at the moment, Finley Hamill, New Zealand Rowing, who has managed to carve himself out an early lead, followed closely by Yuri Suchek of Austria 1. The two of these rowers looking very comfortable with a good few boat lengths between them. The rest of the pack eagerly chasing them down. A nice long first leg down to turning point 1 in which to get into the rhythm of the water and get the race underway.
Stiamo arrivando al primo giro di boa e da qui iniziamo ad avere una panoramica chiara di quello che di fatto sta succedendo in acqua. New Zealand Rowing, Finley Hamill, classe 2002, 22 anni, tutti da vivere con grande esperienza, e lì a fare l'andatura sull'austriaco Yuri Suchek, lui un grande esperto di questa specialità del singolo. Per la prima e seconda posizione si tirano a vicenda nel primo tratto di gara Nuova Zelanda ed Austria. Gli altri sono ancora attardati, dovranno correre per recuperare il gruppo di testa.
Well, as we approach the final 100 metres of this first leg down to turning point 1, it is still Finley Hamill of New Zealand Rowing and New Zealand 1 holding that lead. He's managed to pull out 5 or 6 boat lengths to a now second place Charles Cousins, GBR1 Mumbles Amateur Rowing Club, a veteran of these events. I could actually tell from his trademark headgear who it was in that boat before I saw the bow number. He has now managed to pull clear of the rower in France 1 in third place. place. Yuri Suchek, though, in Austria 1 on the right-hand side, probably in a good position to converge in on the mark. He's not going to have to make too much of a turn and change in angle as they make their way to turning point 2. It looks like Charles Cousins is just managing to pull clear of that competitor in France 1 to be able to make a clean rounding of the mark. However, there is a bit of overlap, and they're both going to be vying for a strong position to get around the next turning point on this mark. In sixth place, we've got the rower from Egypt 1, followed closely by France 2, and then a bit of a chasing pack coming in from all different angles across the course. There's ended up quite a wide spread left to right across the course, that land breeze giving everybody a slightly different sense of where they need to go. The navigation down to this first turning point has been really, really difficult, actually. We've got a very low sun in the sky, which has meant it's been lost in the glare on the water, and I've certainly had to spend 5 seconds picking it out, and I've got the advantage of being able to do that. So with a quick glance over your shoulder, as that's all these rowers will be able to afford, it's going to have been really, really difficult. So they'll have a bit of a sigh of relief as they charge off into the distance towards turning point 2. Much easier to pick out. However, I am seeing some boats looking like they're going right inshore, potentially mistaking turning point 3 for where they need to be going. So we'll keep an eye on that and let you know how it develops. Well, turning point 2, and it was Finley Hamill with a clear lead around that. Closely followed by Ivan Bove of France 1, though, and then Charles Cousin in GBR 1, that 1, 2, 3. We've then got the rower from Poland 1 in 4th place, with Austria 1 in 5th. Everybody looking to see who's going to be the 6th boat around, trying to hold on to that 6th place. It will be the first 6 boats that do go through to the A final. So that battle for 6th place could certainly be where we see a lot of the competition here. It's France 2 currently holding 6th place, but closely followed by Egypt 1. So I think we'll see quite some action at the back of that leading pack to try and hold on to that 6th place.
Inizia davvero ad infiammarsi la grande sfida qui a gara per il singolo maschile, non solo per la testa del gruppo con la Nuova Zelanda, che vuole ovviamente essere la migliore in assoluto, con Phil Hamill che corre con grande determinazione, ma la lotta è interessante per il sesto posto, perché per il sesto posto in questo momento c'è da un lato la Francia, dall'altro l'Egitto, e il sesto è comunque valido per il passaggio del turno. Ali Hassan per l'Egitto da un lato, Quentin Berthe dall'altro per la Francia, insieme a rincorrere la sesta posizione. È una grande battaglia che solo Scotti ci può raccontare dall'acqua.
Well, Finley Hamill still commanding this race with a 5 or 6 boat length lead, but these front three boats are racing their own little race at the front here, clearly being driven on by the competition in such a close pack. We've still got France 1 followed by GBR 1 in second and third place respectively, but Poland 1, Maciej Słowski in fourth place, just approaching turning point 4 now. We saw a little bit of close action back at turning point 2 in the mid-fleet. A few boats just misjudging the angle, but everybody's managed to get around clear without too much excitement there. And they're all going to be focusing on their navigation as they begin to make it into the chicanes. With that low sun in the east of the course, they'll all be pleased to have the sun behind them, making it much, much easier to pick out the large yellow marks against the skyline behind them now. So there'll be lots of glances over their shoulders as they all dial in to the remainder of the course.
Ivan Bov da un lato, Charlie Casin dall'altro, con Phil Hamill per la Nuova Zelanda. Stanno facendo la loro gara, sono praticamente soli al comando. Nuova Zelanda con Francia e Gran Bretagna per le prime 3 posizioni, poi tutti gli altri a rincorrere: Austria, Francia ancora e l'Egitto, ma ovviamente tutto da costruire nella seconda parte di gara, quando si entra nelle chicane. Nuova Zelanda con Francia e Gran Bretagna per le prime 3 posizioni. The mixed doubles call is getting ready, and we've got the first crew here next to me. They looked every single detail. They decided to wear a Superman here t-shirt. So is this a secret for you?
Yeah.
So what you are focusing on for this race?
Yeah, some focus and go to win, maybe.
How are you feeling?
Stressé.
Focused and happy to be here, and we do the best of the world.
So good luck to you, and go fast, of course.
Well, those lead three boats continue to row the race of their own as a 1-2-3 New Zealand one, France one, GBR one in first, second and third place. Probably just finishing the chicanes now, a little bit ahead of where we are on the commentary boat. And we're going to be coming across the finish line soon. Behind them, nicely spread out, so nobody's giving a place away, 4th to 6th place, other than a major navigational error. It was Poland 1, Austria 1, and France 2. So it looked to me, Luca, like they were going to make up those top 6 boats, going to make it into the A final. But they should be coming back in towards the finish line shortly. We're going to try and catch up with the front and let you know how it looks from there.
E ovviamente non vediamo l'ora di vederli qui sul traguardo. La prima gara del nostro programma odierno. A brevissimo i singolisti ci raggiungeranno. Nuova Zelanda con Francia e Gran Bretagna, le prime 3 formazioni ancora a contendersi le piazze che contano. Si vola verso il traguardo con i protagonisti assoluti del singolo maschile. And now crossing the line here, the first seat of the day is the men's solo, and we can easily call New Zealand, France and Great Britain the first 3 crews crossing the line. What an amazing performance for them. They did an excellent job all the race, and here crossing, coming home in the first 3 spots, easily laid for them. And as you can see now, they're approaching the beach. They can't wait to be with us, and we really hope to hear their voice soon. Abbiamo visto un arrivo straordinario, il singolo maschile con la vittoria della Nuova Zelanda davanti alla Francia, per la terza posizione la Gran Bretagna, poi la Polonia con Maciek Zawojski per la quarta posizione. Queste le prime 4 piazze del singolo maschile qui a Genova. And now we've got the first 6 that are going to contest the A final in the men's solo today. New Zealand won. Philly Hamill, there was a big win for him. Then second went to France, third to Great Britain, Charles Carlson, then fourth Maciej Zawojski from Poland, then fifth Yuri Suchak from Austria, sixth again France, Quentin Belter, who got the last spot into the A final of the men's solo. Finn, what an incredible race. You just won the first heat of the day. How was it?
It was really cool. This is my first coastal champs, so pretty pleased to come away with a win there.
What was your strategy?
Just try to go out hard and hold the lead, really. Made a little error going to the wrong buoy, but managed to come back all right.
Can you tell us a secret that you will sort of use during your final today?
Honestly, better keep that a secret, eh?
Hey, was the sun an issue or not?
It actually wasn't too bad. I was a little nervous sitting at the start line that I didn't bring my glasses, but it was actually okay.
Well done to you, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Off we go. It's time to jump on board to the next race. Is the Mancox quadruple skull. Another race to live together. Another race that you can't miss. We've got 16 crews competing here. 16 quad racing, of course, towards the A final. What an amazing start and action on the water. Scotty, over to you.
Well, that was an exciting start. These bigger boats are really affected by the wind in a way that the smaller boats don't carry the same windage. So for a start line with the wind blowing across it left to right like that, it can create some real problems. We saw quite a significant compaction of the fleet down to that leeward end of the line, and a lot of last minute jostling and movements for people trying to find their space. It was the team from Malta 1 that really lost out on that. At the last minute, their bow just slipped to the wrong side of that starting buoy, and they ended up having to row their way back up and around the finish line once their competitors had probably already got 4 or 5 boat lengths across it. We saw some real last minute positioning there. These starts, you might not win the race on a start, but you can certainly lose it with a disastrous one. It's looking very, very competitive so far in this category. We've got Italy 2, about half a boat length ahead, but they are being chased hard by the team from Netherlands 1, both of them wanting to be the first boat around that turning point in about a mile's time. USA 1, Next Level Rowing, looking like they are working hard to hang on to 3rd place, but they are in a very tightly packed mid-fleet, and I think we're going to see the boat struggle to find their own space on the course, particularly if the boats on the right-hand side of the track don't start to give a little bit of space. So it may be that the Coxes will have to decide to sacrifice a couple of meters to make sure they don't get those oar blades tangled up and have to come to a complete stoppage.
È una di quelle gare che non ti vuoi assolutamente perdere, lo raccontava molto bene Scotty proprio poco fa, perché da un lato abbiamo le leggende dell'Olanda, Florin, Vallier Florin con Van der Wee, che cercheranno davvero di fare un altro colpaccio dopo la vittoria dei Giochi Olimpici in 4 di coppia. Ma a proposito di 4 di coppia, c'è la nostra leggenda azzurra, Giacomo Gentili, il capovoga del quadruplo d'argento ai Giochi francesi, che oggi gareggia con Simone Martini, Pietro Willy Ruta, Martino Goretti e il timoniere Andrea Riva in maglia canottieri Padova. Quindi da un lato sicuramente l'Olanda, dall'altro l'Italia nella prima parte del percorso a contendersi lo scettro. Sarà una gara tutta da vivere, una di quelle gare che al mattino inizia la giornata, ma soprattutto apre il sipario in modo straordinario sulle nostre competizioni qui a Genova.
Well, the last few boat lengths here for the leader to turning point 1. It is still the boat from Italy, Italy 2, holding on to that lead, but trailing them by only a couple of meters is the team from the Netherlands, Netherlands 1. However, it does look like both those boats have created enough of a gap to get around the mark clearly without any overlap. It is looking maybe a little different in the middle of the fleet. There's a lot less space, so I think we're going to see the boats on the outside of the course. At the moment, looking like USA 1 in a strong strong position to be able to keep the boat speed up and not have to slow up at all as they go around this mark to avoid any interference with another boat. But it looks like the advantage of having the cocks at the back of the boat means that they're all steering a really nice, clean line around that. Everybody just managing to keep the space, avoid any contact, and keep that speed up as they start to charge down this second leg towards turning point 2.
And here on the beach, we've got one of the rowers that comes every year from Japan. What an amazing race again for you. Today, you raced the single, and I know you enjoyed the waves today.
Yes, I joined the single, Uno Barca, so I'm really enjoyed this wave, and yeah, continue to this schedule, so we breaking up, and all guys, thank you.
So, what's the difference or the main difference between coastal rowing on the Mediterranean and in Japan?
Oh, this is Italian wave, so a little bit strong, but this morning quite be silent. But mainly, basically, the Japanese waves too small, so bigger than smaller than here.
Okay, so there is not much difference.
Yeah. But afternoon, the big wave coming, so we are looking forward to the wave.
Thank you very much. And we can't wait for the waves.
Well, turning point 2 looks like it's going to be another competitive round marking, although the team from Italy too managing just to hold on to a lead and avoid any overlap with the team from Netherlands 1. Both of these boats will be looking to make a really, really clear rounding. For third place, though, we are bow to bow between Germany 1 and Italy 3. Both boats are going to be trying hard to avoid too much closeness between them. These rounding marks are like a magnet pulling the boats together, but they all seem to have got around nice and cleanly. After that, we've got USA 1, Germany 3, and Hungary 1. Hungary 1 having to pause rowing for a moment just to keep their blades clear of the mark, but they seem to have got the boat moving again. It was interesting watching the boats from either side of the start line, how that position's translated into places on the course. Germany 1 were one of the boats to the upwind, to the furthest left-hand side of the start line, but they've clearly managed to bring right back into the middle of the fleet now, and certainly very competitive for those front 6 spots on the race. That is all the boats around turning point 2 now, other than the team from Malta 1, who had a really unfortunate last-minute start, where they were forced at the last minute to go around the end mark, and that has really dropped them back in the fleet. So hard to maintain the same sort of momentum when you don't have another boat alongside you to check your pace on. But they'll be pulling hard to stay in contact, particularly as they enter the tightly packed chicanes, where we see places given away for unenforced navigational errors that can punish a place severely.
Scotti, questa è decisamente una di quelle gare che non ti vuoi perdere, ed è bellissimo vedere che al centro della scena un'imbarcazione italiana stia davvero lottando con grande determinazione. Abbiamo i colori della Canottieri Padova in questo momento al terzo posto, Simone Martini con Giacomo Gentili, Martino Goretti, Pietro Willi Ruta ed Andrea Riva sono al terzo posto, tra le altre cose tallonati dalla Germania, quarta in questa frazione al giro di boa. Al centro invece ancora l'Olanda che continua a comandare con una formazione tutta da scoprire. Sulla carta partivano sicuramente da favoriti, ma ora tutto è da costruire, un percorso che nel quadruplo maschile vede subito in qualificazioni tra le migliori formazioni. Molto bene quindi anche la formazione italiana della Canottieri Padova, che al momento è terza insieme alla Germania.
Well, beginning of the chicanes, and it is still Italy 2 up front, followed closely a boat length behind by Netherlands 1, 2 boat lengths back to third place Germany 1, but it is another boat from Italy, Italy 3 in fourth place, and then Monaco 2 behind them. They make up the front 5 boats, hotly contested for 6th place at the moment. However, it is the team from the USA, I believe, that are hanging on to that 6th place right now. Indeed, USA 1, next level rowing. However, there are 5 or 6 boats within a boat length of them, so they are all going to be chasing hard to hang on to that 6th place as they enter into the chicanes. Looks like everybody's got their navigation spot on here, no problems at all picking out the marks across the horizon. The trick here is with so many closely placed marks together on the course that form these series of sweeping turns and bends as they make their way to the finish line, is making sure that they head to the right one. And we've certainly seen before, it's very, very easy to aim for the wrong mark and have to make a last-minute turn and come back in towards the chasing pack at right angles, which can cause some real problems.
Saranno sicuramente felici tutti i padroni di casa, coloro che sono qui a Genova a tifare per i sodalizi locali, perché in questo momento al comando sono i colori della società sportiva Murcarolo, con Pietro Siti, Andrea Licatalosi, Guglielmo e Giovanni Melegari e Fabio Siracusa. Stanno dominando il percorso davanti ai campioni olimpici olandesi. Per la terza posizione passata la Germania, quarto posto in questo momento per la Canottieri Padova con Giacomo Gentili, Martino Goretti, Simone Martini, Pietro Ruta e Andrea Riva. Per quinta e sesta posizione invece Monaco e Stati Uniti d'America. Quindi sicuramente grande gioia vedere Murcarolo lì davanti nella qualificazione, che cerca in tutti i modi di andare a battere la grande potenza olandese.
Well, unchanged in the first 3 places. However, it does look like the team from Italy 3 are having a push to try and take that 3rd place away from Germany 1. However, then in 5th place, we've got Monaco 2, 6th place, USA 1, 7th place, Germany 3, being tightly pursued by Italy 6 after that. All-important 9th place in this race, Hungary 1, holding on to that 9th place. However, the team from Spain, Spain 4, very much in contact with them, only a boat length between, so they will be doing their best to try and steal that off them, make any advantage they can out of a mark rounding, just a little bit of extra space. If there's space to fit one of these boats, I don't doubt that we'll see the Spanish try to do that.
Le posizioni rimangono invariate, ottima l'azione dell'Italia. Pietro Siti, Andrea Licatalosi, Guglielmo Melegari, Giovanni Melegari e Fabio Siracusa continuano a suonarla a Florin Van Liro, Florin Van der Bey e gli olandesi volanti che provano ancora ad attaccare per l'Italia della Canottieri Padova, sta cercando di superare la Germania per portarsi pericolosamente sotto per una delle 3 posizioni lì al comando in questa prima qualificazione del quadruplo maschile, una gara che continua ad evolvere ma che continua a vedere lì al centro, al testa della corsa, Murcarolo, che gioca sicuramente in casa e vuole rincorrere qualcosa di grande. And now it's time to finish this race and crossing the line. And as we said during the entire race, no much has changed. It's Murcarolo Rowing Club, the local club from Genoa, getting the first spot here in this first heat. Then second and third will be, and yes, they did. They managed actually. So is the Netherlands in second. Then Canottieri Padova Rowing Club in third. Fourth place then is for Germany 1, 5th is Monaco, 6th United States of America. What an amazing race, again led by the local club of Murcarolo. I'm sure they'll be really proud leading a world champ in your hometown and country. Is something that you dream for your life, and those athletes are now reaching their goals. Che gara straordinaria per la società sportiva Murcarolo, capace di conquistare la qualificazione in casa, una gioia incredibile. Lo raccontavo a tutti i nostri amici internazionali, vincere in casa ha un sapore diverso, riuscire ad essere grandi protagonisti sulle acque che ti hanno visto crescere, qualcosa di straordinario. Alla vittoria quindi Murcarolo davanti all'Olanda, poi l'Italia della Canottieri Padova. Gold in Paris, and now it's time to race at coastal rowing. So what was the main difference here?
The water in Paris was way too flat to practice for here, but we enjoyed the chaos.
Yeah, today it was a good start for you, but of course I'm sure we'll see more in the final. So what we have to expect from the final?
Hopefully some fireworks from our side.
That's really interesting, and we can't wait to see. But before we leave you, of course, you're racing tonight and you need to rest. What's your Italian, like sort of the Italian favorite food?
Pizza Hawaii.
Pizza Hawaii is not really Italian. And what about wine?
I like good red wine.
Okay. Oh, I really hope you can have a bottle of red wine tonight.
Let's hope so.
Enjoy your day and good luck to you and the entire team. Thank you. Time is really flying here. The next hit is about to start 3 minutes from now as the mixed double scull. Abbiamo meno di 3 minuti alla partenza ufficiale del doppio mix, al via alle 9:05. And now we off. We are on the water. We are live with the first hit of the mixed double scull here. 15 crews on the start line. 15 crews now racing to their dream. And let's hear all the updates from Scotty. Over to you.
Well, another exciting start, Luca. Again, the issues with everybody trying to find their space on the start line. It was the turn of the team from South Africa Coastal Rowing Association, who got unlucky there, pushed outside that right-hand mark of the start line, but they've managed to make a quick recovery and are looking like they are powering down the right-hand side of the fleet to try and gain back some places there. There was also a brief entanglement between France 5 and the team from the Bahamas 3, as they got their blades crossed over, but everybody's managed to get clear and back underway now with no damage, which is what we like to see. The conditions much flatter out here than we saw at the end of the day yesterday. There's a gentle swell rolling in, but quite long period, quite a lot of time between the waves as they come through, which makes it nice and easy to find a good rhythm, particularly in the smaller, lighter boats. Back in that further corner of the course, though, it still does shelve up, so the swell becomes a little bit more dominant there, but certainly for this nice, long first leg down to turning point 1, it's a nice leg to settle into here without the conditions causing too much of a challenge. They just need to make sure they pick out that mark in the distance and make sure they don't give away any unnecessary meters on this leg.
Un'altra gara tutta da vivere, questa del doppio mix, un'altra gara che fa battere il cuore all'Italia. 500 metri ormai in archivio, altrettanti ovviamente da percorrere. Sono i colori azzurri ancora lì a dominare il centro sportivo dei Carabinieri. Laura Meriano e Nils Torre, accoppiata classe 1999 alle spalle, due storie completamente diverse. Entrambi hanno accarezzato il sogno a 5 cerchi poi mancato. Laura Meriano che arriva dal grande lago di Garda, Nils Torre, nato e cresciuto alla Canottieri Viareggio, poi diventato professionista dei Carabinieri, insieme a gareggiare oggi in questa rinnovata formazione mista per i Carabinieri. Grande attenzione appunto per il duo italiano che in questo momento sta cercando di volare via dalla Spagna. È pericolosa la formazione spagnola che cerca insieme alla Francia di rientrare. Mi fa paura anche il Canada del Don Rowing Club, Pigeon e Oldham, li abbiamo visti già protagonisti e quindi potrebbero provare a rientrare, e allora un'occasione importante per Italia, Spagna, Francia e Canada. Queste le prime 4 posizioni quando siamo 1000 metri fuori dai blocchi.
Well, Italy won around that first mark, but closely followed by the team from Spain 3, I think it is, with then France 2, just abreast of them, trying hard to get that second place. We've then got Sweden 1, France 1, and GBR 2, all laid out like birds in the sky, chasing down that pack. Canada won that pairing there, pushing hard though for the seventh place, wanting to hang on to a hope for 6. It is the first 6 boats that will go through to the A final, so there's going to be real competition in those 4th to 7th boats at the moment, all trying to hang on to that place. Looks like everybody else, the rest of the fleets, all got round this first turning mark nice and clean. Just the team from the Bahamas there that had that really difficult start, getting tangled up, struggling maybe to keep that pace up without a boat alongside them to pace themselves. Everybody looking like they've got their navigation worked out well for this second leg, a bit further in towards the shore here. One of the advantages of the sun low in the sky is that if it's not directly behind the mark you're looking for, you can use it as a bit of a reference point, which is harder to do later in the day when it's higher in the sky and harder to take a bearing from. So everybody managing to get their nav spot on the way down to the second mark.
And now we've got one of the best rower from Murcarolo Rowing Club, the local club of Genoa. They just won their heats in the quad, beating the Olympic champions. How are you feeling about it?
Yeah, we are very happy about that because we know that the Netherlands was a very, very strong army. So we did our best. The most difficult part of the race was the start because we didn't know how to take place, and we fought. We tried to speak each other, and with a good teamwork, we find a solution. So we start in the middle, and our decision was perfect because from the first stroke we took the lead, and we held the lead against the Netherlands in our left, and the Deutsch and the Italian army in our right. So we held the lead through the first corner, and in the second section was very difficult because the Netherlands was very, very strong, and they tried to get back, yes, on us from the left, but we held the internet position through the second boa. So we did our best, and we held the first place. Now.
Well, that was great. That was great. But before you go, just a quick one. You are local. You know all the secrets. You know every single corner on the water. But share a little secret with the entire world rowing. How you can go fast on this magic water?
Oh, that's a good question. This morning we ate a slice of focaccia, or fugassa in local dialect, and I think that's give us a good luck. So for the final this evening we will repeat these things.
So thank you very much, and please add focaccia before your race. That will make you go super fast. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, we are on the third leg now, the entrance down towards the chicanes. It is still that team from Italy 1, Centro Sportivo Cabaneri, holding the lead, but they are still followed by Spain 3 in second place. A competitive fight going on for third place, with Sweden 1 just managing to keep their stern clear of the chasing bows of France 1 and France 2. France 1 and France 2 absolutely neck and neck as they try and chase down the Swedes ahead of them in third place. We've then got GBR 2 the pairing from Fishguard and Goodwick Jemima Rowing Club, Jerry Owen and Lara Britton there, looking very strong for the 6th place, and they'll be wanting to hang on to that. At the moment, it's looking like they will manage to defend. They've got 3 boat lengths before the team from Poland. Poland won in 7th place. The Canadian pairing having dropped back to 8th, but still very much in touch. So it's all still to play for, particularly on the chicanes, where any error can be heavily punished if you miss a mark or go to the wrong one. The penalties for not rounding a mark is a disqualification, which means that if you miss a mark, you've got no choice but to row your way back to it and make the rounding on the correct side of the boat. So it is critical that everybody gets that done correctly. We saw some phenomenal boat handling go on at turning point 2. A couple of teams coming in from quite a wide spread, so approaching that mark rounding from very different angles, and that can create some real problems where the boat coming in from a much sharper angle means they've got to make a bigger turn, so the boat slows down much more. The team then coming in from a slightly less harsh angle maintain that boat speed, so you can have the potential for some collision there, but everybody did a fantastic job on staying clear of each other, and there was no too near misses there, I'd say.
$2.500 metri in archivio, e al comando ancora in gara sono gli azzurri, l'Italia in maglia carabinieri, Laura Meriano, Nils Torre stanno davvero dominando sulla Spagna per la 3ª posizione, sono i colori della Svezia, poi le 2 formazioni francese, la Gran Bretagna in questo momento è 6ª, attardati tutti gli altri, potrebbe davvero sorridere l'Italia. Nils Torre, il capovoga, sta cercando in questo momento di renderla leggera, bella l'azione con Laura Meriano insieme a far girare questa imbarcazione. Ora nelle chicane stanno viaggiando a 13,5 km orari davanti alla Spagna, poi Svezia, le 2 formazioni francesi e appunto la Gran Bretagna. Se volete seguire un grande arrivo, questo è il momento giusto, perché vedrete una formazione italiana ancora una volta lì davanti a comandare.
Well, Luca, my Italian's not quite as good as yours, but I can tell from the tone of your voice that you're excited that it is still the team from Italy. Italy won in the lead there. They have managed to pull out more and more distance between them and the 2nd place Spain 3. However, the Swedish entry, Sweden won, now cemented that 3rd place and managed to pull 4 or 5 boat lengths clear of the 2 French boats. France 1 and France 2 in 4th and 5th place respectively. That all-important 6th place still being held on to by the team from GBR2, and they have managed to pull themselves clear of the chasing boat from Poland 1 in 7th place. So that first 6 looking very set at the moment, barring any unexpected errors late in the race.
Sono ancora i colori dei carabinieri lì davanti, Laura Meriano, Nils Torre non vogliono lasciare spazio agli avversari, la Spagna del Real Círculo de Labradores de Sevilla trying to get back, ancora la voglia di rientrare per questa formazione spagnola che prova a chiudere il gap con gli azzurri, le chicane, la battaglia si fa dura, ma i nostri atleti italiani dei carabinieri continuano di fatto a dimostrare di poter rimanere lì davanti nella ultima frazione di gara.
An unexpected development up at the front. It looks like we've got our first use of the penalty box. It's the team from Italy, Italy 1, sat in the penalty box where they've clearly been directed by the umpires, which has left Spain 3 in the lead. Now with Sweden 1 in second place, France 1 in third, France 2 in fourth, GBR 2 now in fifth place, but it looks like Poland 1 will now hang on to that all-important sixth place. Luca, I'm not sure if you've got any information on what happened there. I certainly didn't see anything, but it does look like disaster for the Italian entry. Having held on to that lead so well and so strongly throughout the race, they are just holding water, waiting for the signal before they can continue.
Oh, Scott, yeah, this is a disaster, un disastro per I carabinieri, non ci posso credere, sono stati obbligati a fermarsi dalla giuria perché hanno commesso un errore, una penalità, stanno scivolando dietro in classifica, la Spagna è passata davanti anche la Svezia, stanno passando anche i francesi, non ci posso credere, passa anche la Gran Bretagna, mamma mia, l'Italia in questo momento scivola in settimo posto, potrebbe essere esclusa sul traguardo, i carabinieri scivolano indietro ancora e quindi sul traguardo guardate il gran sorpasso, few strokes to go and Italy is now back in the 8th position after leading the entire race. So crossing the line now is Spain winning and getting first place, then second goes to Sweden, third and fourth to France, then fifth is for Great Britain, and Italy should be out. What a disaster, as Scotty said, for Italy, who leaded the entire race and then they were blocked in the penalty box. And now the first set of heats is officially off, and we can't wait to race again. Next race we start at 10:30, so in 59 minutes from now. Abbiamo ufficialmente concluso le nostre prime 3 qualificazioni del programma. Le gare ripartiranno alle 10:30 con un altro set di qualificazioni. Continuate a restare con noi, divertitevi sulla spiaggia di Genova. Prossima partenza alle 10:30. Sì. Team USA, the biggest team here at this World Champ. You are growing a lot and the team is growing. So what's the secret of the United States of America in Coastal?
The secret is to keep at it and keep pushing through, learn from your mistakes and keep moving on. Just like when you're out on the water, like you have a really bad stroke, just move on to the next one and just progress through it.
15 boats starting at the same time. What was your strategy at the start?
What do you think, Connor?
We were just trying to keep clear of all the other boats. It was a real cluster at the far buoy, but despite the mess, we were able to make it out through the first 500 meters. But keeping it up through each of the turning points was not as easy.
You managed. You did it.
Yeah, we did, and I'm happy. I'm excited about that race. That was my second endurance race, so I'm pretty excited. I had a great time, and I'm ready to move forward.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to this wonderful beach of Genoa. We are about to start with the second set of heats here. We had 3 heats already completed this morning. 7 more to go before the A final gets started. So a big program for us in front, and we can't wait to see all the athletes racing here. Again, another magic day. The sun is out. Water conditions are simply great, and we can't wait to see the next race, which will be the women's double scull. So please stay with us. But before we get into the action, don't forget to follow us on social media. Instagram, of course, World Rowing Official, Facebook World Rowing, and X World Rowing, or if you remember the name, the old Twitter, to be honest. And then, of course, post your photo using the hashtag World Rowing Coastal, World Rowing CC, WRCC, and World Rowing. And you see your photos on our social walls. Siamo oramai tornati sulla spiaggia, non vediamo l'ora di ripartire, di raccontarvi tutte le azioni. Questa mattina 3 qualificazioni archiviate, abbiamo ancora 7 qualificazioni, tutte le finalissime. Si riparte alle 10:30 con il doppio femminile per proseguire la nostra lunga maratona. Mi raccomando, continuate a utilizzare tutti i social con le piattaforme ufficiali Instagram, Facebook e X con World Rowing. And now we are off again. Time to jump, of course, to the next. But the women's double scull is now officially off. 16 crews racing here. Another big start. A lot of crew on the same line, and they trying to get the lead. It's really spectacular from the beach, but even better from the boat. So let's join Scotty. Over to you.
Fantastic start out on the water. It looked like the team from New Zealand 2 and the Netherlands 2 got their bows across the line first, but nobody was taking any risks there. Everybody about a boat length back from the line at the point at which that starting signal sounded. Nobody wanting to risk being at the wrong side of the line before the start. No problems at all, like we've seen earlier in the day, of everybody ending up bunching down on the right-hand end of the line. The breeze that we've had this morning's dropped. We've had a big change in conditions out here on the water, which is what was expected. And what we're going to do is we're going to throw to our multi-talented DJ, Mark. Not only is he a world-class DJ, he's also an Olympic sailor and has got a lot of experience with the conditions out here in the Mediterranean. Mark, what are your thoughts on it?
Well, thank you, Scotty. I have been watching the water as I'm DJing from my deck up here, and I'm seeing a shutdown. We've got a transition going on here. If you look out, we've got a lovely bit of cumulus a few miles offshore, and that is slowly been just melting down. We had a nice offshore breeze this morning, and that has just shut down about half an hour ago. So we are in a transition, waiting for the land to heat up and pull in that lovely sea breeze. So we've got glass conditions. This is what we call a transition, when the wind literally goes 180 from offshore to onshore. So let's hope that that slowly brings in the breeze. I can see some breeze building out to sea, and I can see those sailing boats starting to get the wind from the sea to the land. So things will then get a little bit windier this afternoon. So we are in a shutdown system right now. Breeze slowly going to come in. We're expecting the sea breeze soon.
Yeah, absolutely, Mark. All of these teams are going to have a weather eye out to sea, looking to see when that wind's going to come in and how it's going to affect their course. But as you say, at the moment, it's almost glassy conditions out on the water. So not much wind at play. Still that gentle swell coming in, but not causing any problems at all for any of these teams in terms of the boat handling. But it will all change later in the day. As we heard with Luca's interview with one of the rowers that had rowed this morning, they're expecting big waves later today, certainly bigger than we've seen this morning. There's going to be a big change in conditions, so everybody's going to be making sure they are judging how it's going to affect them on the water so they can row their best, most competitive race. But at the moment, in the race we've got going on, it is the two teams from the Netherlands in first and second. They look bow to bow, leading the pack, with on the far side of them the team from Italy, Italy 1, holding on to third place. We've probably then got only a couple of boats contending for fourth and fifth, with a big pack a little bit further back chasing down. But as we've seen, how these positions start aren't always how they finish, so we'll see how things look when we get to this first turning point.
Una gara straordinaria, subito la partenza di questi 16 equipaggi che vanno insieme a dominare con l'assalto dell'Olanda. Bellissima la formazione che è riuscita subito a mettersi al comando, ragazze giovanissime, classe 2001 e classe 2002 davanti alla Nuova Zelanda. C'è anche l'Italia, la formazione mista di B-Rowing e Vigili del Fuoco, le Fiamme Rosse, Violante Lama e Paola Piazzolla, che cercano di trovare spazio, sono lì in terza posizione alle spalle delle due formazioni olandesi nella prima parte di gara. Dunque due formazioni olandesi, poi l'Italia con il misto di B-Rowing e Vigili del Fuoco.
Well, last few boat lengths down to this first turning part for those lead two boats. Still the two boats from the Netherlands leading the pack. Netherlands 2 followed closely by Netherlands 3 in first and second place. But we've got the team of Italy 1, Rowing Club Genovese, hanging on to third, keeping themselves a boat length clear of Netherlands 4. So, I mean, it is really competitive for three boats of the same country up front. But Italy 1 now making their way around this turning mark into a steadily flatter, more gentle leg down to this next turning mark. Not much movement at all going on in the water. Conditions really calm down, as Mark explained earlier. That shutdown changing things significantly from how they were this morning. But the sun's up, the land's going to be heating up quickly, and we'll all be looking out to sea, looking for that telltale dark patch of wind as it comes in, and see how that affects the course later on.
A 1500 metri ancora l'azione pulita da parte della Nuova Zelanda che cerca di trovare spazio, ma attenzione, l'Olanda gira molto bene, 1500 metri in 6:22,74 per le due formazioni olandesi che riescono così a mantenere la testa della corsa. L'Italia con DB Rowing e Vigile del Fuoco, Violante Lama e Paola Piazzolla continuano ad essere terze, ma si apre la bagarre con la Francia che cerca di rientrare con la formazione di e Lesen sul Mer che stanno cercando appunto di fare e mettere a frutto la loro azione pulita ed incisiva anche davanti all'Austria. Una seconda formazione italiana è in settima posizione in questo momento, quello di Aurora Spirito con Martina Fanfani. Sicuramente dovranno risalire la china anche loro, una buona azione con Aurora Spirito, classe 2005, 19 anni per lei, campionessa d'Europa, vice campionessa del mondo in singolo under 19, una ragazza che sicuramente sta cercando spazio e che ora potrebbe iniziare ad accendere il motore. Questo l'aggiornamento con Olanda, Italia e Francia a fare l'andatura.
Turning point 2, it is the team from the Netherlands. Netherlands 2, first around that mark. Netherlands 3, closely following them, both from Hollandia Row Club. Italy 1, that home team, Rowing Club Genovese, are third around the mark, although they've taken a slightly wider turn, so they're going to have to work hard to get the boat turned and pointing in the right direction before the team from Netherlands 4 try and get on the inside of them. Team from France won in 5th place, looking like they've made a very tight rounding of the mark. They had to stop rowing with their right-hand blades for a moment just to stay clear of the large inflatable buoy, but they are now round and clear on the straight to turning point 3. The battle for the all-important 9th place, it's positions 1 to 9 that go forward to the A final in this race, is heating up in the middle of the pack. I think we've got the team from GBR 3 and New Zealand 2, both the big contenders for that at the moment. New Zealand 2 having had a really strong start, but they are back in the middle of the pack now, but very much in contention for that 9th place, and they're going to want to do everything they can to hang on to that.
Diceva molto bene Scott, è fondamentale riuscire a rimanere vicini, ma soprattutto grande attenzione al giro di boa. Il vantaggio continua a essere imponente per la coppia olandese che cerca ancora spazio e di allungare il vantaggio sulla seconda formazione di casa, quindi grande attenzione per questi due equipaggi. Molto bene il Rowing Club genovese che sta risalendo la china. Ora Martina Fanfani ed Aurora Spirito si trovano in terza piazza davanti ad un'altra formazione olandese che vuole fare davvero man bassa. Pensate, 3 equipaggi potrebbero qualificarsi, poi la Francia scivolata al 7° posto, in questo momento la seconda formazione italiana, quella di B-Rowing e Vigili del Fuoco di Lama e Piazzolla, che così rischiano di rimanere fuori. Quindi Olanda con Italia e Francia sono le nazioni favorite, quelle che continuano di fatto a dominare quando abbiamo superato metà del percorso.
Two lead boats from the Netherlands continuing to row their own race at the front off into the distance. Italy 1 hanging on to third place, but being chased down by the third team for the Netherlands. Netherlands 3, little bit of a battle going on there. France 1 and Austria 2, followed closely by Italy 2 in the 5th, 6th and 7th place respectively. Then a bit of a gap back to where we've got 7 or 8 boats all contending for the 8th and 9th place. As we often see, that is where the real battle begins. And sometimes it's very, very difficult when you're out on the water and the fleet starts to get spread out to know where you are in position to everybody. So the 9th place boat might not know that they are the 9th place boat, which means that everybody's got to put all in, because you never know exactly where you are and what could be the place between making the A final and not. We've also seen, particularly in the last race, it is never over until it's over, and you can be a race leader the whole way through, but if you pick up a penalty, you've got to then sit in that penalty box and watch all of your competitors row by. So you can't give anything away. You never know where an opportunity is going to be handed to you.
Bellissimo spettacolo ancora, Olanda lì davanti per prima e seconda posizione, poi c'è l'Italia che tra l'altro rientra in gioco non solo con Aurora Spirito e Martina Fanfani, ma ritrovano lo spazio anche DB Rowing con i Vigili del Fuoco di Lama e Piazzolla, e poi il gruppo dilettantistico, la Lega Navale Italiana di Brindisi, di Federica Romanelli e Marta Ardissone, che stanno cercando di risalire, sono in 8ª posizione in questo momento e stanno cercando di chiudere il gap. Una corsa che sembra appannaggio esclusivo di questa formazione olandese, che di fatto con Marike e Caroline continuano la loro corsa in solitaria in questa specialità del doppio femminile.
Well, the lead 6 boats are all rowing a race of their own, with 7th place Italy 2 just coming around turning point 5 now, about halfway through these chicanes, a series of sweeping turns that bring them close inshore as they start to make their way back towards the finish line and into the view of the beach. In 8th place, it looks like it is another team from Italy, Italy 4, just going around the turning point now, closely followed by GBR 3 hanging on to that all-important 9th place. Another British boat, GBR 2, just a bit of overlap there, bow to their stern, looking to pull back that place. There could be a real battle on between those 2 British boats, looking for that all-important 9th place. Everybody handling these settle conditions with ease. The swell in this corner, a little bit greater where it shelves up. The depth becomes shallower and shallower the closer into land we get, but not causing any issues and certainly no problems for the boat handling. They can take their time and get nice, clean strokes as they make their way through these chicanes.
La parte centrale senza dubbio sono le chicane che possono andare a colpire anche il risultato generale. È successo alla coppia dei carabinieri per la formazione italiana con Torre e Meriano, ora invece la storia sembra diversa, ma è uno canottaggio spettacolare da seguire perché con Marike Keiser c'è Caroline Florin, una ragazza straordinaria, classe 1998, lei che un mese poco più fa ha conquistato la medaglia d'oro ai Giochi Olimpici di Parigi nella specialità del singolo e dopo la vittoria dell'oro ai Giochi ha deciso di onorare Genova, venendo con la medaglia d'oro a gareggiare a questo campionato del mondo. È sicuramente una delle atlete di maggior livello, sta gareggiando con grande capacità. Olanda lì davanti, poi per quanto riguarda invece le formazioni italiane, 3 potrebbero passare il turno con Aurora Spirito e Martina Fanfani sicuramente tra le favorite in maglia Rowing Club genovesi. Crossing the line now, no doubt about this race. Is the Netherlands going to get the first spot and qualifying to the A final? What an amazing performance for Marike Keizer and Caroline Florin, the golden girl from Paris. She won the single in Paris and now just qualified for the A final of the women's doubles skill. Then second again for the Netherlands that decided to enter multiple crews into this event. Second is Claire de Kock, Lynn van Hanholt, and then third for Rowing Club Genovese, the local club, and I'm sure they'll be really proud, is Aurora Spirito and Martina Fanfani. They train around the corner here. Fourth is the Netherlands again, but it's half Italia with Kiri English Oak on board. She gave birth 6 months ago, and Mummy racing here. What an amazing performance then for France. Austria, 7th place, then is for the mixed crew, mixed combination for Italy. DB Rowing and Vigili del Fuoco, the fire department, Fiamme Rosse, Violante Lama, Paola Piazzolla, then 8th. The added Italian combination from Brindisi, Romanelli and Addisone. E quindi sul traguardo possiamo anche ricapitolare in italiano la vittoria dell'Olanda con la campionessa olimpica del singolo a Parigi. Per la seconda posizione ancora Olanda, terza invece la formazione locale del Rowing Club genovese. Saranno sicuramente molto soddisfatte le beniamine di casa, Aurora Spirito e Martina Fanfani, che con questa terza piazza volano in finale nella gloriosa specialità del doppio femminile. Continua la fase di preparazione per la seconda qualificazione del singolo maschile. 8 minuti alla partenza ufficiale. And we are now moving into the next race. So will be the second heats of the men's solo, less than 8 minutes from now. Well, we've got a hero here from Paris to Genoa. That amazing cold in all of our memories. And now here in Genoa racing the double. How was your race today?
Well, it was very good. We tried to keep it fresh, to keep the rhythm up, because the boats are quite heavy, so try to make it as light as possible. And yeah, it was quite easy.
What was the big difference between, the single and now the double, moving into the coastal? Was a big challenge for you to change?
No, it's also a rowing boat. I have 2 oars in the seat. It's almost the same, just it's a bit bigger boat, and conditions are perfect today. It's so beautiful here in Genova, and I'm really enjoying it.
So you manage a great start, and that is one of the most challenging part. So how did you manage the start?
Well, with Marieke we say try to get fast from the start. So yeah, and we managed that, and then it's nice to be first at the first buoy, and from there try to keep the rhythm with the turns, and yeah, it went pretty smoothly. I'm looking forward to the finals.
So the water is really flat, but is there any currents or wind?
Yeah, I felt some current. Also at the start we were all drawn a bit to the buoy in the sea. So there is some current, but Marika did a very good job in the steering and keeping the boat in control, so I was never worried.
Well done to you, and we can't wait to see you racing in the A final today. And now it's time to move into the next, is the second heats of the men's solo. And we start in less than a minute from now. Siamo pronti per la prossima partenza, non vediamo l'ora dello start ufficiale del singolo maschile, la seconda qualificazione, tra meno di 30 secondi. And now they offer second heats of the men's solo, 17 scullers here, 17 scullers racing 4K max to qualify to the A final of today, scheduled this afternoon. 6 will go through. Let's hear all the action from Scotty. Over to you.
Hi, Luca. Thank you. Well, again, a very nice clean start. Everybody managed to find their own bit of space on the start line. So no excitement there, which is what we like to see. We want everybody to get off to a good start. It means that it is all still to play for out on the water, particularly on this long first leg down to turning point 1. As we heard there from the winners of the last race, if you can keep the pace up and you can be in a commanding position to lead around that first mark, you've then row your own line to the next set of marks. And we often see those that lead the way into the chicanes that come back close to shore are often the ones that can hold that advantage all the way to the finish line, barring any errors or unexpected penalties they might pick up along the way. The conditions out here still really, really flat, really, really calm, which will be a pleasure for these smaller boats to be rowing through. Although sometimes when there's a little less energy in the surface of the water, without the wind, without the waves, it can be hard work keeping those boats moving. They do feel heavy when you don't have the energy of the water picking them up and doing their own thing. But it does at least mean that they're not fighting the elements to try and navigate their way down to the turning mark. The sun's just gone up behind a bit of cloud, which means we don't have the glare on the water we've seen so far. So hopefully everybody will have their navigation worked out. I was talking to a couple of rowers just before the beginning of the first race, and they were saying that the navigation down to this first mark can be really difficult. The advantage is that if you've rode the course before, particularly in training, then you've got yourself set up, you've got some bearings set up, and a lot of them have taken back bearings from looking back towards the port, so they know something on land that they can line up with the back of their boat and make sure they know they're pointing roughly in the right direction. It means they can focus on keeping the pace up, keeping a good, clean rhythm, and not having to constantly look over their shoulder if they're confident of that bearing from behind them. Well, up front as we approach the final 50 metres of leg one, it is Italy 1 followed by Italy 2 and then Finland 1 making up this leading trio, the charge into the beginning of leg 2, back towards the shoreline at turning point 2 before a sharp turn back along the coast and into the beginning of the chicanes. It's looking like a pretty steady race back in the middle of the fleet. We've got one boat, I think Canada 3, the rower there, Charles, who's having gone a bit wide. One of the disadvantages if you come out of touch with the rest of the pack is it's really easy to lose your bearings. The navigation out here in open water can be really, really hard if you don't have a boat alongside you to reference. And I've heard that what a lot of rowers do, some really focus on the navigation and some just follow the boat that's in front of them and just use that confidence that at least if they're all going the wrong way, they're all going that way together. But at the moment, it doesn't look like that's the case, certainly not for the leaders. So it's Italy 1, Italy 2, Finland 1, 1, 2, 3, and then Lithuania 1, Spain 3, and Spain 1, bringing up that 4th, 5th, and all-important 6th place as the lead 6 boats that will be going through into the A final. However, it is all still to play for. We are not even halfway through this race yet, and the excitement and drama of the chicanes and all of the importance of getting the navigation right and making all of those mark roundings comes into play a bit further on.
And now we are really pleased to welcome our next guest on the page, straight from the USA. And we were chatting whilst we were waiting. You're not used to flat water. You were expecting some wind, actually.
Yeah, this is crazy, man. The last few days we've been trying to stay afloat, and then today it's like nothing. It's like, what is this?
Well, but of course you enjoy it today. So a lot of crews on the water. What's the most difficult part in a race like that?
Everybody had the same game plan. Like we all had the same focus. We were all ready to go. We've already been focusing on the practice. So like we all brought it. We all had the speed. We all had the power. And it was just about who was going to be the most powerful and get ahead when they could around the buoys, around their strategicness. Like just who was ready to go and push for it.
Thank you very much.
Well, as we heard there, it's about the power, the consistency, and pushing for it. And pushing for it, Italy 1 certainly are doing. The rower there having carved out a commanding lead of 7 or 8 boat lengths back. And I imagine that he'll then be able to pick the perfect line around this mark, not under pressure to take a turn tighter than he wants to, or forced wide by a competitive boat on the inside. Means that he'll probably try and keep the speed up and enter the chicanes as the clear leader. So take his time, focus on the navigation. Nobody will want to give away any valuable time by having to go back to a mark, or even worse, not make the mark at all and end up disqualified from the race. Closer inshore, a little bit more swell running, but it's such a long, gentle swell with a really, really long period that we're not seeing boats picked up and swung around. It could be really tricky on these tight mark roundings if there's quite a significant swell, or certainly a shorter, sharper one, because often if the boat's trying to make a sharp turn, the swell can pick them up right on the top and pivot the boat in a way that's really, really hard to control. So none of those issues today. Again, just flat conditions really. As Mark said earlier, we're in that transition phase where the wind is pretty much shut down, and we're just waiting for that land to heat up and then start that convection process going and bring the wind in from the sea. And that, I think, will be the dominant weather factor for the afternoon. And we'll see if that brings any sea state with it.
È una di quelle gare che sicuramente la comunità locale non vuole perdere. Scott is one of those races that the local community doesn't want to miss. Davide Mumolo, the leader of this race, was born and grown up in Genoa, then became one of the most successful Italian rower in the men's solo, in the men's single. He represented Italy at the last Olympic Games in Paris, and is part of the local community. Davide Mumolo, who competed at internationally so many times. He did 18 world champs overall on top of the Olympics. He won 19 Italian titles, so he has been Italian champs for 19 times, and now he wanna win this one. Guardate che spettacolo, Davide Mumolo. Questa è la gara da seguire, l'atleta del gruppo sportivo della Polizia di Stato, le Fiamme Oro, sta cercando di andare ad allungare ulteriormente il suo margine di vantaggio. Lo scaller locale, lui che è già 19 volte campione d'Italia, ha partecipato a 18 campionati del mondo, è un ragazzo straordinario, un ragazzo di Genova, ha iniziato la sua attività agonistica nel 2006 alla Canottieri Elpis, da lì l'inizio di un percorso che oggi lo porta ad essere tra i singolisti migliori in assoluto, ed eccolo quindi che vuole essere protagonista, un campionato del mondo in casa, tutti a fare il tifo per Davide Mumolo.
Well, the entrance to the chicane, as you say, Luca, a huge amount of experience in that first Italian boat with Davide Mumolo, and he's using that experience to his advantage, carving out an ever-increasing lead. I can see him taking his time, looking over his left shoulder as he looks out for that next mark. He's got to round it, keep to the left of it, get it down the starboard side of his boat. It looks like he's got the course spot on for that. It's then Finland 1, then the next Italian boat behind, with 4th place now occupied by the boat from Spain. Spain 3, Spain 1 in 5th place, and then that Lithuanian entry, Lithuania 1 in the all-important 6th place. Bit of a gap back there to the next boat, so the front 6 looking fairly well set. Certainly if nobody makes any mistakes or has any unexpected penalties, but nobody struggling too much with the conditions in this corner of the course. These chicanes bringing the boats right in towards the shoreline. We've often seen in previous events the courses go quite a long way out to sea and then back again. This is a bit more unusual in the sense that it's a long, thin course swept along the land. It keeps the action close to the shore though, so anybody on shore has got an opportunity to see the vast range of skills on display that make up coastal rowing.
Continua la corsa bellissima, tra le altre cose, dell'atleta genovese Davide Mumolo. Continua a fare l'andatura, un'azione importante la sua, vuole essere protagonista in casa, l'aveva dichiarato ed ora lo sta facendo benissimo, un'azione che gli permette di precedere il lituano che in questo momento prova a rinvenire davanti appunto all'atleta genovese. La voglia è quella di andare a ridurre il gap in una corsa magistrale con Davide Mumolo lì davanti ancora durante le chicane.
Well, turning point 6, Davide Mumolo holding on to that lead, increasing it steadily as he is rowing a race of its own up at the front. Finland 1 in 2nd, Italy 2 in 3rd, with Spain 3 keeping in that 4th position. Big gap back to the 5th and 6th boats, but even bigger gap back after that to 7th place backwards. So again, that front 6, all-important 6th places, looking fairly steady for now. It's interesting looking back down through the chicanes. You can see all the boats come round a mark and then they spread out across the course laterally. Really interesting to see how everybody picks their own way, judges the conditions slightly differently before converging in on the next turning mark. Really important to make sure they go around those marks the right way. Again, flat, calm seas right on the inshore side of the course at the moment. One of the interesting things about rowing in the Mediterranean is that there's not a lot of tide to contend with, like we see on a lot of the Atlantic coastline, certainly, which means that there's not a lot of movement of the water down to tidal effects, but you can still get a lot of locally generated currents depending on different densities of water, any rivers that run in, and different temperatures of the water. And you can't obviously see that from the water surface, which means that they've just got to judge it as they experience how the boat reacts to it. But without that tide, it means that the wind and sea state does really become the dominant factor. And I think this afternoon we're going to see that come into play much more.
Ancora una bellissima azione per il genovese delle Fiamme Oro, Davide Mumolo, lì davanti al finlandese Joel Nakarinen. Per la terza posizione c'è la canottieri Cernobbio, sodalizio fondato nel 1901 sul lago di Como, Gabriele Loconsole. Per la quarta piazza il club di Barcellona, Marc Franquet Montifort, e poi ancora con la Spagna Victor Alberto Ferreiras Bermudes, con la Lituania Zigimantas Galizanskis, che sta cercando di portarsi sotto per la sesta posizione.
Well, Luca, that's those front four boats on the home straight to the finish line now. 5th and 6th place, respectively, being taken by Spain 1 and Lithuania 1. It looks like all of those front 6 boats are past the penalty box. None of them requested to stop there, which means that those all-important 6 places through to the A final look like they will be hard to change on the final couple of 100 meters. They're probably coming into your sight now, though.
Yes, they are, and I can hear a lot of crowd here. They are supporting the local Scala, Davide Mumolo, who just qualified into the A final of the men's solo. Then second goes to Finland. Joel Naukarinen. Third is again for the Italian Scala from Canottieri Cernobbio, Gabriele Loconsole. Then fourth is for Spain, as you just said, together with number 5. And then in 6 we've got Lithuania rowing team, Gigimantas Galizanskis. Sul traguardo quindi la conferma con la vittoria bella, pulita di Davide Mumolo, che ha fatto trionfare Genova, andando così a qualificarsi per la finalissima di questo pomeriggio, dove andrà a caccia ovviamente di medaglie. Se vorrete vedere la finale di Davide, mi raccomando, questo pomeriggio non mancate, sarà il momento sicuramente più atteso. La finale del singolo maschile è confermata alle 17:30. Davide Mumolo from Italy, Davide Mumolo from Genoa, Davide Mumolo, an Olympian from Genoa, just won his heat. How was it, Davide?
I felt good. It was good to race here with my home crowd cheering for me. I tried to start fast and it went like I planned to, so I was in front. We'll see now how it will be in the final.
Well, we can't wait to see you racing the final, but before we talk about that, you didn't have a lot of training for this event. You were telling me that you only train 3 times a week.
Yeah, because after all this season, the Olympics, I was really tired, so I needed to take a break from rowing. Then, I decided that I want to enjoy racing, not to train until exhaustion. Just enjoy the race here in my hometown, and today I enjoyed it.
What do you like the most about this World Champ in your hometown?
Yeah, I like to see my city in in a highlights of the world rowing. So I think that the last world rowing championships here was the under 23 in 2002, if I remember correctly. So like 22 years later, to see in 2002 I was 8 years old, so I did not remember that event. But now to see my city again in the highlights of world rowing 22 years later, it makes me really proud.
Thank you very much, Davide.
Though it's Monaco 1 and still very much in contention for those top 3 places is Italy 2. Their bows just overlapping the stern of Monaco 1 in 3rd place, which means it is going to be very, very tight making this mark rounding. This rounding is the sharpest one of the entire course so far. They've got to probably make a 130-degree turn to start to row back down towards the finish line, parallel to the shoreline. And if you have to slow the boat down too much and don't quite get that right, that can be really, really difficult, as we can see here. The challenge of all of the boats needing to keep clear of each other, knowing that any sort of contact will certainly slow them down more than if they can give a bit of space and keep moving and risk a penalty. It just isn't worth taking. So everybody trying hard to avoid that. And it looks like that's the first 7 boats around, with France 6 still occupying that 7th position, but chasing hard to try and pick off either Germany 1 or Lithuania 1, who are in that 5th and 6th place respectively. So that French team very much still in contact with the top 6, and they'll be doing everything they can to put themselves in that 6 as they cross the finish line.
Sarà bellissimo vedere quali saranno le prime 6 formazioni sul traguardo, se da un lato continua la leadership del club di regatas di Lima, che è lì davanti a suonare ovviamente la carica, con la Spagna del club nautico mediterraneo di Siviglia. Per la terza posizione c'è Monaco, con l'Italia in quarta piazza, il circolo canottieri Saturnia di Andrea Serafino ed Annalisa Cozzarini. Queste le prime 4 formazioni che continuano la loro corsa verso la promozione, verso la finale A in questa del doppio mix. Quindi Perù, Spagna, Monaco e Italia 2 per le prime 4 posizioni.
Well, the first 4 boats around turning point 3. Peru 1 up front, still managing to maintain a boat length or 2 lead on the chasing Spanish entry. Spain 2, but they have got the bow of the Italian boat pretty much glued to their stern, riding hard in their wake. Italy 2 are pulling as hard as they can to try and make the most of any slip of the Spanish team and sneak themselves ahead into that 2nd place. I think we're going to see some really, really close competition on the chicanes here. The Italian team just having to pause for a moment and let their blades trail behind them as a mark, a non-race mark in the middle, they just managed to get the wrong side of and had to avoid, but they are back going now, chasing down the Spanish team. In 4th is Monaco 1, 5th Lithuania 1, all important 6th place still Germany 1. France 6, a couple of boat lengths behind, still in contention, but they're going to have to dig a bit deeper if they are going to find a way to put themselves in that front 6.
Grande soddisfazione sicuramente anche per la comunità locale, perché l'Italia continua a guadagnare centimetri che diventano metri, che diventano piazzamenti, che diventano posizioni nella classifica provvisoria di questa ultima qualificazione, con il Perù lì davanti. Poi c'è l'Italia del Saturnia di Serafino e Cozzarini, che ora nelle chicane stanno cercando di superare appieno. Cerca la Spagna di rimanere incollata, attacca Monaco che è scivolato in quarta posizione. Una gara ancora tutta da costruire, ma in questo momento sono appunto queste le formazioni protagoniste: Perù, Italia, poi ancora Monaco, Spagna e Germania per i piazzamenti che garantiranno l'accesso in finale.
one around turning point 5 now. Bows back in towards the inshore mark of turning point 6. Few more to go before they'll be bringing it across the line, but it looks like, barring disaster, they're in a very strong position to take the win of this race. The invisible bungee between Spain 2 and Italy 2 is still alive and connected. The two boats just separated by mere meters, unable to shake each other. The Italians unable to get their bow ahead, but the Spanish unable to get them off their tails. It looks like there's a push here from the team from Monaco, though. Monaco 1 trying to leave the Spanish and the Italian to their own little battle. That dogfight happening on the left-hand side of the course as the team from Monaco are pulling hard to try and take advantage of a momentary distraction and get themselves in a strong position for this next marks rounding. So we'll see if that second place is about to get mixed up. The French, France 6, still in 7th. That gap widened to 3 or 4 boat lengths now between 6th place Germany 1. So again, they'll be looking to seize on any weakness they sense ahead of them to put themselves in that top 6. Big gap back then to the chasing 8th and 9th place boats. But they know they have to keep the pace down. All it can take is for an unexpected penalty, breakage or a navigational error to leave the door open to those top 6 places. Well, the straight to the finish line, dominated by Peru up front. The lead that they have held from the second leg and maintained the whole way through. A little mix-up in the middle, though, for second and third place. We saw Monaco 1 try to disrupt things between the battle between Italy 2 and Spain 2. Italy 2 have responded and are still hanging on to second place, with third place at the moment occupied by Monaco 1. Spain 2, however, clearly lost out in that distraction, in that battle between those 3 boats, and are now sitting back in 5th place. 4th place now with Lithuania 1. Well, Luca, you'll be able to see those first 3 boats across the line now. Peru 1 first, Italy 2, then Monaco 1, with 4th place Lithuania 1 crossing now. Spain 2, then Germany 1. I think that makes up that all-important first 6 boats.
Yeah, and they will contest the A final here in this mixed doubles. Skull was the last seat of the day, and we saw them pushing really hard, trying to qualify, and the first 6 spots will give them the opportunity to contest the A final later on today. So we can't wait to see them racing again, and of course welcoming them on the beach shortly. And now it's time to fly at the World Rowing Coastal Championships here in Genoa. The first A final will start in less than 5 minutes from now. Ed ora è arrivato il momento di volare. Abbiamo la prima finale in gara, le prime medaglie che a Genova verranno assegnate, le prime medaglie iridate con la partenza tra meno di 4 minuti. Si parte con la finale del singolo femminile. And now it's time to fly. Is the first A final of the day. The women's solo is about to start, and we can't wait to see all of those girls racing here, those colors racing for the medals. Non possiamo più aspettare, la prima finale sta per partire, singolo femminile, prime medaglie da assegnare, si vola. And now we are officially off. We are racing the women's solo. We are racing for the medals in this event, and we can't wait to see who is leading this first A final. So it's time to jump on the water, actually on board. Thanks to Scotty. Over to you.
Well, another fantastic start. Everybody managing to find their space. We've got a very narrowly packed fleet in terms of front to back. Everybody's within, I'd say, a couple of boat lengths, but spread really, really widely left to right across the course. It's going to be very, very interesting to see how that translates into forward distance gained by the time we get to that first turning mark at the moment, though. Well, it's really hard to pick out any early leaders. The breeze is just started to fill in a little bit more from the south. It's been fairly slow to come in as a sea breeze, but it does feel like there's a little bit more coming in from the south. The flags on some of the boats that are anchored and staying still really starting to pick up. So we'll see how that affects things. That swell, ever more of influence over the course, seeing the boats bob around on the start line as they all try to hold position, disappearing into the hollow of the waves, just give a sense of the conditions that they're about to have to row through. But everybody looks to be finding their stride now. As soon as I've got some positions, I'll bring them to you once I've got a moment to use my binoculars.
È bellissimo davvero vedere ancora una volta la voglia di andare ad essere grandi protagonisti del singolo femminile. È la prima finale del nostro programma, abbraccia tutto il mondo: Norvegia, Austria, Nuova Zelanda, Francia, Perù e ancora Irlanda con Lituania, Azerbaijan, Stati Uniti d'America, Finlandia, Canada, Giappone. Tutti in corsa per una medaglia qui a Genova, le prime medaglie iridate, la voglia di andare ad essere grandi protagoniste. E allora questo gruppo di 18 singoliste finaliste stanno rincorrendo i sogni di gloria a Genova per il titolo iridato 2024.
Well, it looks like it is Jessica Berra of France 1 who is hanging on to the lead of this race so far. She is got her bow well ahead of any of the other boats out on the water. However, trailing just in her wake is Diana Divchenko of Baku Rowing Club, and looking like pushing for an overtake on the left-hand side. The two of them are very closely packed together in terms of spacing across the course, so I think we can see a real fight to get around that mark first. Everything else is a lot more unclear at the moment. The entry from Ireland 1 looking like holding third place, with Finland 1 and Peru 1 just behind. But at the moment there's so much width between the boats, it's really hard to tell where they're going to end up in terms of places around that first turning mark.
Ed è davvero difficile andare ad identificare subito le protagoniste quando una gara è tutta da vivere. 6 chilometri per la finale in questa specialità. Al momento la lotta è tra Francia e Azerbaijan per la vetta della classifica. Stanno cercando ancora di viaggiare in tandem. Da un lato Endaika Arraun e il attenzione con l'aggancio dell'Azerbaijan di Baku Rowing Club, Diana Dimchenko trying to get back, so ancora un bellissimo vantaggio con Francia, Azerbaijan e Irlanda per le prime 3 posizioni.
Azerbaijan 1 now out in the lead, with France 1, Ireland 1 and Finland 1 closely packed for second, third and fourth place. But a bit more on that weather. As I said, we had that shutdown earlier, then a transition with a sea breeze coming in. Mark, you've got that steady view up from the DJ booth. What are you seeing? How do you think it's going to continue to change throughout the rest of the afternoon in the finals?
Well, I just can't see it building from here at the moment. I mean, it's just been so solidly about 4 to 5 knots. Not a lot of pressure and power into it. So I was expecting it to build nicely, but I guess the land and the sea are such similar temperatures, it's really not drawing that in from the Med. So I guess the biggest thing I'm seeing out here is the amount of fantastic pleasure cruisers out to see the racing today, but they are making quite a lot of waves and bobble, which the contestants have to work around. So it's fantastic. We've got a armada of spectators and viewers out on the water, but it is making it a tiny bit difficult for the athletes.
Yeah, I agree. At the moment, I'm just not feeling that big build that we thought might happen. The weather can be such a fickle thing, can't it? That sometimes you expect the conditions are looking right for a big breeze and that sea breeze to kick in, and sometimes it just doesn't happen. And at the moment, I think what we've got now, as you say, is probably going to be what we stay with for the rest of the afternoon. The sea state being the dominant factor in terms of the weather for these last set of races. But that looks like it is the first 7 or 8 boats around that turning mark. All looking like they're navigating the swell nicely. It is definitely causing some issues for boat handling. People are really having to take their time and pick out some of the positioning, just because the boats are getting moved around so much. Bit of an issue there for New Zealand too. Managed to end up perpendicular across the course, quite possibly a swell just picking her up at the wrong moment and helping spin the boat round. And you know, it can change really, really quickly when you've got the energy of the water underneath you like that. However, she's got the boat straight round the mark now, and I think that brings up the rear of the fleet as they start to all make their way on the second leg down to turning point 2.
Si invertono gli ordini degli addendi, si invertono le posizioni delle 3 nazioni, ma di fatto sono sempre quelle. Azerbaijan in questo momento al comando, Irlanda al secondo posto, Francia al terzo. Una gara ancora tutta da vivere, 1500 metri percorsi, con l'Azerbaijan che ferma il cronometro a 7:16 e 29, 5 secondi di vantaggio sull'Irlanda, 8 il vantaggio sulla Francia, quindi Azerbaijan, Irlanda e Francia in questo momento per le prime 3 posizioni nella prima finale, il singolo femminile.
Well, Diana Timchenko of Baku Rowing Club, Azerbaijan 1, still holding the lead. A good 3 boat lengths clear of Ireland 1. Monica Dukashka of Kalorgan Rowing Club in second place. Much more of a tussle for that third place there. I think I see Finland 1 currently holding it, but a few boats coming in a line abreast. It'll be interesting to see how they all get around this mark and who comes out of it with an advantage. But that is the row from Azerbaijan 1 around that mark. Bows starting to point back to the west along the shoreline, with only the chicanes between her and the first place on the finish line. It looks like out of that chasing pack for third place, it is France 1 who's managed to come out of it. The swell across leg 2 has been almost completely perpendicular. So as they've made this turn, they've got these big swells coming in, rolling underneath the boats as they make that turn, and you've got to handle it really well and know exactly when to put the power on. Otherwise you might spin the boat too far, or if you try and do it in a hollow. When your bow's stuck down into the back of the swell that's just gone past you, you're just not going to be able to make the boat turn. However, it is now France won in third place, then Finland won in fourth, and New Zealand won in fifth place.
Bellissime le posizioni che si evolvono, ma soprattutto questa gara con lo sfondo splendido della città di Genova, che è capitale europea dello sport, e qui andiamo a festeggiare con la prima finale iridata. Vedete il vantaggio assoluto dell'Azerbaigian, 2200 i metri percorsi, ancora 4 i chilometri da affrontare. Irlanda per la seconda posizione, poi la Francia. La Finlandia cerca di riagganciare le prime 3 posizioni per le medaglie, ma Azerbaigian, Irlanda e Francia non ci stanno, cercano di volare via. Una bellissima azione con Diana Dimchenko lì davanti a comandare il singolo femminile.
Well, that has been a really tricky leg for this Coastal Women's Solo final. The swell coming in from a funny angle, and these smaller boats getting picked up. They've obviously had some difficulties trying to keep nice, clean strokes with both blades evenly, with the swell coming in just on the port quarter of the boats, creating very different heights of water on either side of the boat at any given moment. So a real boat handling skills and judgment of the water needed to manage that well, but managed it well. They have, and up the front it is still Azerbaijan 1. Diana Dimchenko leading the race, a few boat lengths back to Ireland 1, Monika Dukashka of Glamorgan Rowing Club, just rounding that next turning point now, holding water with her left-hand blade while she pulls hard with the right to get the boat turned and round. And it looks like it's the boat from France that has managed to hang on to that third place that she stole from the pack around turning point 2. I'm sure there's going to be some work to do to hang on to that third position as they go around the rest of the chicanes.
2500 metri in archivio, ancora tanta strada da percorrere, 12 minuti e 32 secondi. Se volessimo dare anche i decimi e i centesimi dovremmo dire anche punto 95. Con questo tempo Diana Dimchenko continua lì per Baku Rowing Club a dominare davanti all'Irlanda, poi la Francia per le prime 3 posizioni. Azerbaigian, Irlanda e Francia che cercano di fatto di mettere in sicurezza i loro piazzamenti con le immagini in corsa. Diana Dimchenko cerca di sfruttare al meglio le onde che iniziano a formarsi per rendere ancora la competizione più bella, più avvincente, con un Genova davvero straordinaria ad accogliere il canottaggio mondiale.
is the first 4 boats around the 4th turning mark here. Unchanged up front. Azerbaijan 1, Ireland 1, then Jessica Berra in France 1, first, second, third. But the rower from Finland 1, Eva Kappinen, is looking like she has still got the potential to make a late charge and try and steal that 3rd place from the French boat. So we're going to be watching closely to see how that plays out. Jackie Kiddle in 5th place for New Zealand 1, not looking out yet either. It will only take a small error or an unexpected penalty to open the door for a late mix-up at the front. They've had the swell behind them for that last leg. It's interesting when you get the swell behind these smaller boats. They either look like they are absolutely flying along or just look like they're standing still. Really difficult to know when to judge to make those strokes and get the power in the boat, or just let the water do the work for you. But they are all displaying a masterclass of coastal rowing out here in the mixed conditions. Every leg, these short legs, giving a completely different angle to the prevailing swell, which means different techniques and different sort of rhythm needed for every 100 meters they row.
Ogni metro, ogni azione, ogni colpo, ogni palata, tutte determinanti per riuscire a rincorrere il grande sogno, l'obiettivo e soprattutto la vittoria delle medaglie che in questo momento strizzano l'occhio ad Azerbaijan, Irlanda e Francia. Sono ancora loro le 3 nazioni protagoniste. Ottimo il vantaggio dell'Azerbaijan, l'atleta tesserata per il Baku Rowing Club, ma che di fatto è a tratti anche italiana. Si allena infatti sulle acque del lago di Paola a Sabaudia in Italia. È tesserata per la Canottieri de Cor guidata dal presidente Alfredo Bollati, una atleta che in Italia ha trovato la sua dimensione, dove prepara tutte le sue competizioni in chiave nazionale ed internazionale. Benissimo quindi l'azione di Diana Dimchenko davanti all'Irlanda e la Francia per la seconda e terza posizione. Non fatevi ingannare dalle posizioni sul campo, potrebbero arrivare anche delle penalità dovute, dettate da quello che è il percorso, quindi attenzione, perché con le penalità potrebbero cambiare i piazzamenti, ma ovviamente è tutto da costruire.
Well, this lead pack now on the home straight down to the finish line. It looks like it is still unchanged. Azerbaijan 1, then Ireland 1, then that French entry, Jessica Berra of France 1, leading the 1-2-3 home. Finland 1, just slightly adrift of that 3rd place, looking like an unassailable gap now with the finish line in sight and no more mark roundings between now and then. That penalty box staying mercifully empty for all of these rowers. I'm sure they'll all have a sigh of relief every time they row past that, not getting ushered into it, knowing that their position on the water is where they'll be finishing, barring disaster or damage for a boat up front. But I imagine, Luca, it's only moments away of having that lead boat cross the line and start to make their way back to the beach towards you.
And of course, this is the dream, and they want to win the first medals here in Genoa. They're trying to push really, really hard. 33 strokes a minute for Diana Dimchenko. 2 strokes more compared to Ireland and France that are now racing 31 strokes a minute. That means that Diana Dimchenko trying to push again back really, really hard. She want to go on top of the podium. And of course, here in Genoa, that could come true, but let's see, crossing the line, Diana Dimchenko from Baku Rowing Club winning this race. Then we've got Ireland and France, but of course we have to wait if any penalty was given to them.
And speaking of penalties, Luca, that penalty box that was empty earlier has now got one boat in it. Ramita Mulkanate of Lithuania, one Lithuanian rowing team, waiting out her time in there. It looked like it was just a 60-second penalty. She's already starting to make her way out of it. That 60-second penalty given for interference. If you either get in the way of another rower while making an overtake or block an overtake, they can be given out by the umpires on the water. So she'll have lost a lot of places, and it must be fairly heartbreaking to watch all of those hard-earned places row past you as you sit in that penalty box. But now back on the water, and I think we've started to get the rest of the fleet come across the line.
Yes, we are, and now is Azerbaijan, who won with a time of 20, 25 and 31. Then Ireland second, France third, fourth is for Finland, fifth is the New Zealand Scala. Well done to you. Then Peru, USA and Spain. So gold is all for Diana Dimchenko, silver Monika Dukowska, and the bronze is Jessica Pera. What an incredible finish here, ma che gara incredibile qui, ed ora anche la possibilità di iniziare a celebrare con la vittoria dell'oro all'Azerbaijan, l'argento all'Irlanda, il bronzo alla Francia. Le protagoniste ci raggiungeranno a brevissimo, potremo accoglierle sulla spiaggia e soprattutto andare a festeggiare insieme a loro. We can't wait to see the three medalists here on the beach. Azerbaijan, Ireland and France will surely be with us. We can start celebrating and of course cheering with them. What an amazing performance. They were able to manage the entire final, but of course Azerbaijan with this gold, Diana Dimchenko can start putting her hands up in the air, and we can't wait to hear all about the race from her. We got the first winner here in Genoa. What an amazing performance, Diana. You wanted to win gold and you did. Well done to you.
Adesso meno male. Quante volte. E sono contenta. Buon acqua, tutto bene. Sono contenta, grazie dappertutto. Sono contenta, tutto
Well,
bene.
I'm really happy. I was not expecting. I really wanna, and this time I won. So well done to you once again.
Grazie, thank you, and good luck everybody.
Thank you, Diana.
Grazie.
And after all the excitement of the women's solo, we can now move to the next A final, will be the men's double scull. E dopo il grande successo della finale dedicata al singolo femminile, noi ci possiamo spostare con la finale del doppio maschile. The next A final is the men's double scull, which we start in a minute from now. Get ready. One minute to the start of the race, the men's double scull. If you know fun, this is the time. Here we go again with another A final. Is the men's double scull. 18 boats are on the water, fighting for the same gold, fighting for gold. Abbiamo ora la grande finale del doppio maschile. 18 formazioni a lottare, 18 formazioni a contendersi la medaglia d'oro, la medaglia del metallo più prezioso. What an amazing pack over there. They're all racing on the same line. They want to try their way to get into the lead. Who is leading, Scotty?
Well, as ever, Luca, it is pretty hard to tell from out here. It does look like the pair from France 3, are pulling hard to try and keep their bow ahead of everybody else. They are powering through this swell. Well, I've got spray coming off the bows of the boat, spray coming off the blades of the oars, just to give a sense of how much force these boats are punching through the water with. France 3 and Spain 3, I think, are vying for that first position, but there's a couple of boat lengths between them across the course, and as we can see, that translates into some quite significant meters at the point at which they come around that turning point. Everybody else, though, looking tightly packed and highly competitive in this final. I'm not entirely sure it was a completely clean start, if I'm honest. It looked like there was some bows very, very close to the start line before that final ball dropped. So we are going to be watching with interest whether we get an information on any early start penalties to be applied later in the race, because that could really mix up the order of things. Well, France 3, having held on to that lead so far, have just slipped behind the stern of Finland 1, with Ukraine 1 just off their port side. So it now looks like Finland 1 just holding the first place advantage, with Ukraine 1 in second. Back from that, though, France 3 have now dropped into a pack of bows. They're in a line across the course. I can see 6 or 7 boats. Ukraine 2, the Netherlands, and another US boat, USA 1, all across the course, probably 50 metres between the left to rightmost boat as they start to make their way. I reckon we're into the final third of leg 1. So it looks like it could be very tight and quite interesting indeed as they all begin to come down on that turning point. But for now, Ukraine 1 pulled out half a boat length ahead. Finland 1 responding to that challenge, though, looking over their shoulder, knowing they've got to build a bit harder, a bit faster to hang on to that first place. Last few boat lengths to turning point 1 for our lead boat. Currently Ukraine 1, that team from the Central Sports Club of the Army of Ukraine, around the mark, pulling hard to get their bows pointed back towards shore. Finland 1 hot on their heels, with France 2 and Swedish 1 absolutely neck and neck for third place. We've then got Ukraine 2, Netherlands 1 and the USA 1, a line abreast. Netherlands 1 and USA 1 getting their blades tangled up there. Not quite enough space to fit 2 boats where only one boat can exist. And I think one of the teams from Ireland may be getting caught up in that as well. All the other teams have just managed to row around the outside of them. They've been pushed a long way out. It can be really, really difficult in that situation. If you can't keep the boat moving and everybody else sees a door to go around the outside, they'll do that, and you can steal a good few places on a course like that, like this. I think that is all of the boats of the fleet now around turning point 1. We don't have many people left behind here. It's a very tightly packed mid-fleet still as they start to make their way down with this swell behind them on the way to turning point 2.
Continua la grande finale del doppio maschile e ci stiamo davvero appassionando, guardando ben 18 formazioni a lottare. Al comando in questo momento sono i colori dell'Ucraina davanti alla Finlandia, poi la Francia per le prime 3 posizioni, ancora lontana l'Italia che in questo momento è 14ª con Goretti e Martini. Dovranno davvero risalire la china, ma non hanno gran distacco, sono 20 i secondi, vedremo cosa succederà nel secondo tratto del percorso. Ucraina quindi lì davanti, poi Finlandia e Francia per le prime 3 posizioni nel doppio maschile.
Well, some drama out on the course. The team from USA 1 have broken an oar. They've got their hand up, waiting for assistance. I think that is going to be the end of their race. Corey Rogers and Christopher Back of Next Level Rowing, normally incredibly strong contenders in this category. I think it is the stroke. It is indeed Christopher Back who's broken his left hand oar. It is gone completely. So they are just trying to row their way to safety out of the field so they don't cause any other collisions. But that is disaster for the team from USA 1 there. It has been so tight in the middle of the fleet here. We have got boats getting bunched up, and with the swell rolling in from the side, it's picking boats up and pulling them closer to their competitors, however hard they try to stay clear. So yeah, not good for the team from the US. Everybody else, there's been a few entanglements on this leg, but everybody else seems to have managed to come clear without any damage so far.
Un grande peccato invece durante l'evoluzione di questi secondi 1000 metri per Next Level Rowing. Corey Rogers con Chris Beck i favoriti o tra i favoriti sulla carta. Purtroppo la rottura di un remo li ha bloccati e dovranno ritirarsi. Un gran peccato per il team degli Stati Uniti d'America che così da favoriti si trovano fuori.
Well, leg 3, and we are not short of excitement on this race so far. I think this is the fast and furious pace that we get in the finals. It's still Ukraine 1 out ahead, Finland 1 just tried to make a bit of a charge on them. They got a bit of an overlap as they approach turning point 3, but they have dropped back. The Ukrainian team have responded to that challenge, dug deep and pulled themselves a boat length clear so they can pick their own line coming into that mark. Momentary bit of contact with the buoy. They just had to stop rowing and tuck their blades in behind them on the right hand side, but they've managed to keep the boat moving, got the bows pointing back out into the sun towards this next turning mark, turning point 4. Now with the sun further in the west and starting to come down as the afternoon moves on, we've got a lot of reflection and a lot of glaze on the water, which means it can get more difficult to pick these marks out with the sun behind them. But so far, everybody looking like they are doing a nice job. It is Ukraine 1, then Finland 1, then Sweden 1, first, second, third, followed closely by France 2 and New Zealand 2. The rest of the fleet starting to come around that mark. I reckon there's probably only 100 metres between the 5th and last placed boat at the moment.
halfway here, and again the 18 crews are racing towards their dreams. Leading is Ukraine. This wonderful combination, Igor Kamara, Stanislav Kovalov are still in the lead, representing Central Sports Club of the Army of Ukraine. In second position we've got Finland, and third is for Sweden at the moment. Finland won in second, then Sweden won in third. Fourth at the moment is for France, two, then New Zealand in fifth. In sixth place we've got Ireland, then Spain in seventh, France 03 in eighth, and then Italy in ninth place. And for the local supporters, Goretti and Martini are trying to get back up, but they far away from medals. Then the Netherlands won in 10th, Spain 11th, Ukraine is in 12th with the number 2 crew, Ukraine 02, then Ireland 02 in 13, Lithuania 1 in 14th, then we've got Peru 1, 15th, France 1 in 16th place, then Portugal in 17th, and United States of America, Corey Rogers and Chris Beck are trying to row with one or less, trying to stay in the race. Of course, they far from what they wanted to be, but at least they're still racing the men's double.
You say, Luca, that pairing from USA 1, Corey Rogers, Christopher Back, they'll, I imagine, will be finishing the race, whatever happens. It'll be a point of pride for them to get themselves around the course, even if they're only rowing with 3 blades at the moment. The rest of the fleet, though, looking like they've managed to avoid any breakages so far. It's been some of the closest competition I think we've seen all weekend so far. We've had boats so tightly packed, and once that swell starts to pick up, it can get really unpredictable as to how the boats are picked up and move towards each other, and leaving boat lengths between each other just isn't possible on a course like this, and it certainly isn't competitive, so people have to try really hard to navigate those challenges that the water gives and delivers in coastal rowing. But it looks like that is the lead 4 boats now around the penultimate turning mark. So far I haven't seen that anybody's made any misses. I'm going to be keeping a close eye on that penalty box though, just to see if there were any penalties applied for early starts or interference on the race so far. And indeed, it does sound like there are going to be a couple of penalties applied on the water. The Netherlands 1 and Italy 1 are both going to be subject to a 60-second penalty. The umpire boats will be standing by to pull them out of the racing pack and put them in that penalty box, where they will just have to sit and let the boat wallow underneath them as all of the competitors row on by. But up front, it is the home straight to the finish line. It looks like Sweden 1 have managed to get the jump on the Finns and are currently holding second place, but the Finns are responding. I can see they've just upped their stroke rate. They took a glance over their shoulder, realised that second place was in jeopardy, and they are pulling hard to respond to that challenge. I think this could be a photo finish across the line for second and third place.
Guardate che gara straordinaria, Ucraina, Finlandia, Svezia stanno cercando insieme di allungare, di guadagnare posizioni importanti per le medaglie. Ancora una volta la voglia di andare ad attaccare con il Central Sports Club of the Army of Ukraine, Igor Kamara e Stanislav Kovalov in the lead, then Finland and Sweden. So crossing the line now, alla chiusura sul traguardo, le braccia al cielo, is Ukraine Central Sports Club of the Army of Ukraine, Igor Kmara and Stanislav Kovalov winning gold. Then Sweden is second for silver. Bronze goes to Finland, 1. Ma che arrivo straordinario, il sorpasso decisivo e sul traguardo la vittoria dell'Ucraina davanti alla Svezia, bronzo alla Finlandia. Ed ecco quindi gli equipaggi sul traguardo per ricapitolare: Ucraina, Svezia, Finlandia, Francia 2, Nuova Zelanda 2, poi ancora Francia 3, Irlanda 1, Spagna 1 e Spagna 3 a chiudere il percorso nel doppio maschile.
Only. Okay. It's not good. Not hard.
Igor Kmara, Stanislav Kovlov, the world champions here with us. What an amazing race for you. Who are you expecting to win today?
Oh, we are very happy, and we try go our pace, and we did it. It's okay for us.
You did an amazing job. Can you tell us a bit about the conditions out there? Is it really windy or not really?
Much better than yesterday. Today is, I think, very good weather.
What this win means for you?
I don't know. It's just a win. I don't know. It's very interesting competition, and we was after Olympic rest 2 weeks and some training can come here. That's all.
Thank you very much. And congratulations on your results and your gold. From gold to silver, from gold won by Ukraine to silver won by Sweden. You did this magic sprint at the end. You took off and you got silver. When did you start thinking that you were going to win silver?
I don't know. I thought we were coming closer and closer, and we wanted to try to get past Finland. So we did a try in the last bit, and it worked.
It worked super well, I have to say. So, were you dreaming this silver here in Genoa?
We wanted gold, but silver is good. We took silver last year as well, so it's good.
We can now concentrate to next year for sure. But before we close off this quick chat, can you tell us a bit more about your strategy?
We wanted to come out fast from the start, but we come a bit back in the field and try to get through and not so many crashes. And was some splashes with the oars, but it go well.
Well, you did excellent. Silver boy, silver crow, silver last year, silver this year. Congratulations to Sweden again. The next final is about to start and we can't wait to see the women's coxed quadruple scull. Non vediamo l'ora di vedere in azione il 4 femminile in partenza tra 60 secondi da ora. And when you see 18 quad racing, means that you are living a dream. What an amazing start here. 18 boats on the same line, 18 boats racing for gold. Uno spettacolo incredibile. Genova, capitale del canottaggio. 18 formazioni, 18 equipaggi a contendersi la medaglia d'oro. Chi vince questa è campione del mondo. Andiamo a sentire tutti gli aggiornamenti dall'acqua. Let's see all the latest from Scotty. Over to you.
Well, Luca, as you say, it is living the dream and dream conditions out here, particularly for these bigger boats. Absolutely eating up the swell, eating up the meters down this course towards turning point 1. And it is looking a fast and furious pace with nobody left behind. I'm going to wait with eager anticipation to get news of any early starts. I saw an umpire with binoculars, so we shall see whether anything comes of what he saw. However, at the moment, it looks like everybody is just putting all of their energy and effort into getting down this first leg as fast as possible. Any advantage they can find around turning point 1 will give them an opportunity to cement an early lead on the second leg. At the moment, though, it looks like it is Poland 1 who has pulled out half a boat length on everybody else behind. They'll be working hard to try and turn that into a clear lead. From then, though, I've got Denmark 1 over on the right-hand side of the course with Ireland 3, and then the team Netherlands 1 further across to the left of the course. But again, there's probably only 50 metres from the bow of the first place boat to the stern of the last place boat. The spread across the course, double that. It's going to be very, very interesting to watch all these boats try and find a bit of space to row around the first mark. Well, Poland 1 have indeed managed to turn that into a clear lead with a few metres to Netherlands 1 and then New Zealand 1 to their left, the bows vying for that second place. We will see which of those two second and third place boats manage to use the first turn to their advantage and come out looking strong to chase down the leader on the second leg. But at the moment, there's still a good few hundred metres. This is first leg left to go, and everybody in the mid-fleet. We've spread out quite a bit now at the beginning. There wasn't much between the front and back, but they were widespread. That has now started to narrow in on the centre line of the course with a longer trail of boats along the centre line. They will all be wanting to get around this first mark cleanly and get anything they can to pull some places up the next leg. Poland 1 around the lead mark, followed closely by Netherlands 1, who have come out in front of their battle with New Zealand 1. USA 1 hot on the heels there, though. Germany 3, Ireland 2, and Monaco 1 just after that. We've now got New Zealand 2 and Spain 2 round the mark, being chased down hard by Ireland 3. Unfortunately, what that Irish boat might not realise is that they have a time penalty to serve further down the course for an early start. I thought I saw that umpire's ears prick up with interest just after the start and a clipboard come out, and it does indeed look like Ireland 3 are going to be sat in that penalty box for 2 minutes for an early start, a fairly devastating time penalty in a race that is currently so tightly packed.
Una gara straordinaria, una gara che riporta 18 formazioni, lo dicevamo in apertura, una di quelle gare che non ti vuoi perdere, il titolo mondiale nel 4 femminile. Ancora una volta la corsa è con Polonia, Olanda e Nuova Zelanda che stanno cercando le medaglie, e ancora l'Olanda davanti alla Polonia, poi la Nuova Zelanda per le prime 3 posizioni in questa specialità.
Well, Luca, that is Poland 1, Netherlands 1, followed closely by New Zealand 1 around the first turning mark, 1, 2, 3. Germany 3, though, having made a much tighter turn than the team of New Zealand, and looking like they're going to try and roll up the inside of them as they begin this third leg up to turning point 3. We've then got Monaco 1, Ireland 2, and then Spain 1. Spain 1 and the team from the USA have got a little caught up. I can see the stroke rower in the Spanish team pushing the bow off the Cox with his foot out the boat, also pushing the bow of the USA team off out of the way. When you get to these turning marks, all these boats are all trying to occupy the same bit of water. Everybody seems to have managed to get the boats apart without any damage, though. It looks like it is just what happens when you've got 6 boats all coming round the mark at the same time. So Ireland 3 there, still rowing into that unknowing time penalty ahead of them. Really, really tightly contested, even in the middle of the fleet at the moment.
Ci stiamo avvicinando sempre più a metà percorso, e ancora i colori della Polonia sono lì davanti all'Olanda e alla Nuova Zelanda per le prime 3 posizioni. We are now approaching half of the race, and we can give you all a full update of our potential situation over there. Of course, with the split times, we've got Poland 1 leading, Netherlands 1 in second, New Zealand 1 in third. 4th place is for Germany 3. Then we've got Monaco 1 in 5th. 6th place is for Ireland 2 at the moment, followed by Ireland 3 in 7th. Then the United States of America, and following Spain 1, then United States of America 2 in 10th, New Zealand 2 in 11th, then Monaco 2 in 12th, Germany 2, 13th, Denmark 1, 14th, Germany 1 in 15th, Great Britain 2 in 16th, then Great Britain 1, 17th, and France 2 closing the pack at this stage. 2K to go. We can't wait to see them crossing the line here at the finish line.
Well, coming halfway through the chicanes, it is still Poland 1 leading, but only just. Netherlands 1, that club from the Netherlands, have been making a few charges on that position, threatening that lead that the Polish entry have managed to hold on to. The team from the Netherlands now on the inside of the track, the right-hand side of the course, as they come up to the next turning point. Got to be left to the starboard side of the boat. So if they can manage to get alongside or even pull ahead of their competitors, then they can hold the line on that turn and essentially command their turn on this mark. It's going to be really interesting to see how that plays out. The two of them having their own little battle have pulled clear of New Zealand in third place. New Zealand 1 holding on to third place. Well, we then got Germany 3 and Ireland 2 in fourth and fifth place comparatively. But it has in fact worked out for the team from the Netherlands. Netherlands 1 have managed to get ahead on the inside of the team from Poland, and they have now pulled their stern clear of the Polish boat's bow and are pulling hard to try and make that a lead that cannot be built back upon by the Polish team.
Mamma mia, si riapre davvero questa gara. Se da un lato la Polonia prova a scrollarsi di dosso l'Olanda sta rientrando dopo un lungo tragitto in seconda posizione, sta tentando l'assalto, ma lì c'è anche la Nuova Zelanda che cerca a tutti i costi di salire sul podio. Quindi Polonia, Olanda e Nuova Zelanda per le prime tre posizioni.
Well, our lead boat, the team from the Netherlands, now around that penultimate turning mark. Poland 1 still hot on their heels, though. They are not giving up anything until they are over the line. You can see there, their cocks urging them on, trying to push them harder to make the most of any small errors of the team ahead of them. We've got a fairly decent swell now coming on this short leg across to the final mark. It's coming right from the left-hand side of their boats. So the boats are being picked up and dropped down into the hollow of the waves. Really difficult conditions to row in when you've got such different levels of water either side of the boat, but they are all taking it in their stride. None of these teams stranger to the sort of conditions that coastal rowing can dish out, and that's the first two boats rowing past that penalty box. That penalty box, that unfortunately will be occupied by the boat from Spain. Spain 1 at turning point 2. We saw that little interaction between the US boat and the Spanish boat, and the Spanish boat have been given a 60-second time penalty for interference there. So they'll be sat in that box alongside the team from Ireland 3 for their early start, watching probably most of the other boats row past them with such a tightly packed fleet. But at the moment, that boat from the Netherlands has put the hammer down and is pulling away 2 boat lengths clear of Poland into the distance. I think the real battle might be for third place when New Zealand 1 are being pressured by the team from Germany 3, and there are still a good few hundred meters to make up the last closing stages of this race. So anything could happen from third place. We've also just been informed another time penalty to the team from Monaco. Monaco 1 has been incurred for interference on the course again. There are no time penalties given for missing a mark, so the only time penalties can be incurred, but interference for another boat or an early start. So Monaco 1 will be joining Spain 1 in that penalty box to sit out their 60 seconds.
And so few strokes to go, siamo in addirittura d'arrivo e l'Olanda vola verso la vittoria del titolo mondiale. Oramai non manca davvero più nulla, è l'Olanda lì davanti. Vediamo la fine, vediamo l'arrivo di questa gara. And now we can officially count down the strokes. 3 to go, 2 and 1 is the Netherlands winning with a time of 17:53 and 82. What a great race and celebrations, of course. Yeah, second and silver goes to Poland, and the third is neck and neck now, trying to get back into the mix. Who is going to get this bronze? Chi vincerà la medaglia di bronzo? La Nuova Zelanda viene assaltata da un lato dall'Irlanda, dall'altro c'è anche la Germania, but it's the New Zealand combination here celebrating bronze. What an amazing race. The Netherlands, then Poland, and New Zealand for bronze in the women's coxed quadruple scull. siamo?
Abbiamo gara doppio.
Guys, Mark, we can't interview the Netherlands because they're doing another race. They have another race. They're racing. They're voting the double.
Did you get who you need? No, because
Poland. Second and third, they're doing another race. We can go with whoever, if you don't mind. Okay, fine. Thank you. Dopo io magari guardo le prime, tu tieni dopo le seconde. Se no qui si perdono. What's happening, guys?
Netherlands ran us over. Snapped the oars.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw there was one like.
They hit us 3 times. And then it cost €100.
Yeah.
To protest.
To protest. Yeah.
Why you have to pay?
You tell me.
Oh, it's a money grab.
I mean, it's all on camera. Yeah. It's bullshit. They get to do whatever they want.
But they're like penalty or not?
No.
No, they didn't give him a maybe later, but for now, they said, oh, no, you have to protest, and you have to fight it and pay us €100. It's like, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
I was watching, cheering, supporting.
We were going. We felt really good. And then, well, on to the next one. I'll win the next one. So, you have to go back. I didn't get it back in Monaco.
Fa un effetto stranissimo, quindi nessun campo.
Stai morendo. Adesso un po' di nuvole magari.
Adesso vengono due nuvole, dai.
Pensavo fossi rossano. Quello è pioggia. Vede come si albi. Ah, quindi riusciamo a finire.
Oggi non è un problema.
Water for rowing is really important. Water is our life. WWF and World Rowing are organizing a seabed cleaning activity today. Will take place at the venue at a maximum of 20 meters from the shore. This will, of course, be done outside the racing zone. The team is made of 15 divers, accompanied by 2 supporters' boats. This activity will take place between 4:45 and 6:15. This is part of the partnership between World Rowing and WWF for healthy waters. È un momento davvero magico per il canottaggio qui a Genova, grazie alla partnership tra WWF o in Italian WWF e World Rowing. Sta per iniziare un'attività di pulizia subacquea organizzata appunto dai due enti principali. Questa attività si svolgerà con 15 sommozzatori e 2 imbarcazioni a supporto. Lavoreranno ai lati del campo a una profondità di 20 metri per continuare a regalare acque pulite. L'acqua è l'elemento principale del canottaggio. Un'acqua pulita rappresenta per noi un punto di riferimento assoluto. Grazie per la vostra collaborazione, ma soprattutto per l'attenzione. Acqua pulita per tutti. Le attività continuano sulla spiaggia, non vediamo l'ora della prossima partenza. Sarà la finale del doppio femminile, al via alle 5 spaccate, 5:00 per il titolo mondiale nel doppio femminile. Next race is about to start, 10 minutes to the next A final, the women's double scull. We can't wait to the next A final. Is the women's double scull and another title to be given out. And of course, all the medals in this event, the women's double scull, is about to start. We start at 5 sharp. Ci stiamo avvicinando alla prossima partenza, sarà la grande finale del doppio femminile. Si parte alle 5:00.
Well, out on the water, it is a fast pace off the start line. The wind has really eased off here, so we've just got this big swell rolling through, but there is pretty much no breeze to contend with out on the water. So it is all about picking your way to that first navigation mark and making sure you keep the pace up as hard and consistently as possible. Don't give away any precious meters to any unnecessary navigation out to the left or right of the course. There's no real wind here going to be affecting that positioning on the course. It does to me look like everybody's gone quite a long way to the left. We've had the sun go behind the clouds, which means that these yellow buoys are a little less obvious. They're not being lit up by the sun as we've seen previously in the day. So everybody's going to have to be well dialed into where they're expecting them to be. The advantage of this 4K course for the finals, though, is that they have all rode it a couple of times before, which means they should be well orientated as to where everything should be and know exactly what they're looking for behind them, exactly what they're looking for ahead of them, and just able to focus on the rowing. At the moment, it looks like we've got one boat clearly out front, dipping in behind the swells. I can't quite see who it is. I think it's the team from the Netherlands, looking like they've pulled out an early lead, but in the slightly dim light and a deeper swell, it is really difficult to tell which boats is which, but it is indeed the Netherlands leading for now, with the team from Austria 1 second. They are all going to be pushing really hard to see who could be the first one around that first turning mark.
Ed è davvero interessante nella prima parte del percorso di questa grande finale del doppio femminile. Olanda lì davanti a fare l'andatura, una bellissima azione per Janneke van der Molen e Kerjen Robbes, ma per la seconda posizione c'è l'Austria che prova a rimanere molto molto vicina. Un'azione pulita per Katarina e Magdalena Lobnig, che sono comunque lì con la stessa velocità per riuscire a mantenere la testa del gruppo. Quindi Olanda, Austria e ancora Olanda per le prime 3 posizioni.
about 3/4 of the way down this first leg. It is still the boat from the Netherlands. Netherlands 1 in the lead. However, the pair of sisters in Austria 1, the Lobnig sisters, are making sure that they will be in the running to have their bow around that first turning mark first. They're slightly further out to the right-hand side of the course, but starting to make some gains on that first boat from the Netherlands. And I reckon if they can keep that pace up, they're just gaining metre by metre here. They could well be in a good position going into leg 2. It's still Netherlands 3 in 3rd place after that big gap back to the rest of the fleet spread out. Only about 30 metres between the first and last of the middle pack, but spread wide, about 60 metres across the course. So they're all going to start to converge in on that mark later. But at the moment, all attention on these front 3 boats as they vie for the best position around the first turning mark. Well, it was indeed Netherlands 1 who managed to get around that mark first, but they were being closely pursued by the pair from Austria 1. Netherlands 3 in first, followed by Spain 1. We've just seen Netherlands 2 and Spain 4 come around the mark, absolutely neck and neck with Netherlands 2 on the inside, but they had to stop rowing just to give a bit of space, allow some water to their competitor in the Spanish boat, and they've lost out about half a boat length on that. After that, it looks like it's USA 1, France 1, Italy 1, with the boat from Lithuania 1 and Italy 3 neck and neck, bringing up the back of the middle of the fleet. We've got the last couple of boats coming around the mark now, and then that will see the whole fleet on leg 2.
But what an incredible race, they declare it during the heat, l'hanno dichiarato durante la qualificazione, volevano essere grandi protagoniste, lo stanno facendo benissimo, sono i colori dell'Austria davanti all'Olanda che lotta per seconda e terza piazza, ma attenzione perché l'Austria vuole ancora allungare il margine di vantaggio, sono le due sorelle Katarina e Magdalena Lobning, hanno fatto anche una divisa speciale, si sono addirittura colorate la loro imbarcazione. Andiamo a sentire cosa succede dall'acqua.
Well, Austria won around that turning mark first, managing to pull out a few boat lengths. The team from the Netherlands, Netherlands 1, and the team from Netherlands 3, second and third place, both having to just pause to give themselves the space to safely get around that mark. It's meant they've been able to keep rowing without too much stoppage, but they have lost out a couple of boat lengths to that lead Austrian boat. In fourth, we've got Spain 1. In fifth, it is Netherlands 2, sixth, Spain 4, and it looks like a team from France 1 in seventh place. After that, there is a real chasing pack with 5 or 6 boats all in the mix to come around the mark. However, everybody looks like they are managing to do that cleanly. The smaller boats, so much more affected by the bigger swell, particularly when they turn around this mark and have the swell come from alongside them to behind them. They got to pivot the boat and try and pick a moment when they're sitting on top of one of the waves, so it quickly pivots around. You try and do it when you're in the hollow of the wave, the bottom of the swell, you can just get your bow stuck in and really struggle to keep the boat moving and turn it. It looks like there's been a bit of contact there at the mark. One of the teams from Italy and I think one of the French teams, they're using their oars to push each other clear. The problem is once you get your oars tangled like that, it's really, really difficult for either boat to do much to be able to get clear. They've either just got to wait for the water to push them apart, as it's probably pushed them together, or use those oars to push themselves out of the way. I think that was Italy too I saw there. They've managed to get rowing again. Doesn't look like any breakages, so everybody continuing now on the third leg.
Ed è bellissimo vedere sicuramente non solo la testa del gruppo con le sorelle austriache lì davanti, Katarina e Magdalena Lobning davanti appunto all'Olanda, ma l'attenzione ovviamente è anche per le azzurre, la prima formazione italiana al momento, ottave assolute, sono la campionessa olimpica di Tokyo Valentina Rodini con Selene Giglio bianco per la canottieri Elpis di Genova. Le immagini, la lotta con Austria e Olanda, 11 e 15 il passaggio davanti alle due formazioni olandesi.
Well, round turning point 3 into the fourth leg. It looks like it's the Austrian pair ahead. They've just cut it a little fine on that fifth turning mark, but managed to get themselves clear and keep moving. The two boats from the Netherlands managing to get caught up with each other again, but neither one of them wants to do their country mates out of a good clean race. They're making sure that they give the time to get clear and get rowing. There's a fair gap back to Spain 1, currently holding on to fourth place, and then a chasing pack afterwards. We heard from that little tussle I was talking about at turning point 2 earlier. The boat from Italy 2 has been awarded a 60-second penalty. Clearly it was a British boat, I think GBR 1, that they ended up having a collision with, so they will have to sit out those 60 seconds in the penalty box, and that is not going to do good things for their standings already further towards the back of the fleet.
But let's now go with a full update and see all the crews that are contesting the A final. Where are they sitting in this A final of the women's double scull? Led by Austria won the Lobnig sisters. In second, we've got Netherlands 1, and then in third, Netherlands 3. Fourth place is currently for Spain 1, fifth, Netherlands 2. Then in sixth, we've got Spain 4. France 1 is sitting in seventh. 8 is for Italy, Rodini with Giglio Bianco. Then in ninth, United States of America 1, Lithuania 1 in 10, Italy 1 in the 11th place. Then 12th is for Austria 2, Netherlands 4 is in 13, Italy 2 in 14. Then we've got Great Britain in 15th, then Italy 4, Romanelli Ardisone in 16th. 17th is currently for Great Britain, closing off for Spain 2 in 18th.
Well, those front three boats still looking pretty stable. Austria 1, Netherlands 3, then Netherlands 1, 1, 2, 3. It's then a bit of a gap back to Spain 1 in fourth, and the Netherlands 2 boat in fifth. We got a bit of a battle for sixth place. Spain 4, France 1, both with an overlap. Spain 4 just ahead at the moment, calling on the French boat to make sure they stay clear of them. Again, right on this inshore bit of the race, course. The swell really picked up, a lot more disorganised here, so you got that big 1 metre swell rolling in from the seaward side, but then a bounce back from the shore, from the rocky varied shoreline, throwing a whole load of disorganised wave patterns into the mix, and that's making it very difficult to predict anything here. We're getting rocked around in the commentator's boat, which will be nothing compared to what they're experiencing on these double sculls.
Una splendida corsa ancora premia l'Austria quando due sorelle, mettendosi insieme, riescono a realizzare una coppia esplosiva. Le abbiamo viste davanti per tutto il percorso ed ora sognano verso la medaglia d'oro e l'obiettivo è lì sotto, a portata d'occhio. Attenzione quindi a Katarina e Magdalena Lobning, che in questo momento cercano di fare grande l'Austria sull'Olanda, che gareggia con due formazioni per la medaglia d'argento e di bronzo.
Well, that's the final mark rounded for those lead three. Austria 1 still in the lead. Netherlands 3 in second place. Netherlands 1, though, not going to leave anything out there on the water, on the race course, having a last-minute push to try and get themselves ahead and into that second place. We're going to see what happens soon on that. But in fourth place, Spain 1, still ahead, Netherlands 2, rowing past the penalty box. So far empty, as we heard earlier, though. There will be Italy 2 having to occupy that for a 60-second penalty for interference earlier on the race course. But I imagine, Luca, you have got that lead boat coming into view now. You'll have to let me know what the battle for second and third place turns out to be as they cross the line in a moment.
100 metri al traguardo, i 100 metri decisivi per la lotta al titolo mondiale. 100 meters to go, and here we are for the gold, silver and bronze, and now it's time to cheer for Austria. That's coming home, flying home, storming home to get the gold. Katarina and Magdalena Lobnik, they just won the world champ as a sisters. What an amazing hug up there, celebrating gold. But then silver and bronze is of course between the two crew from Netherlands that are trying neck and neck, crossing the line. It's unbelievable at the end. What an amazing race there. So Austria and Netherlands for gold, silver and bronze. Continuano gli arrivi per andare a completare quello che sarà il ranking mondiale, ma la vittoria è stata tutta per l'Austria di Katarina e Magdalena Lobning, l'argento Janneke van der Mullen and Karin Roberts from the Netherlands. Then again Netherlands for bronze, Claire de Kock and Linan van Hantel. Andiamo giù. What a magic day here in Genoa. You declare it today and you want to win. You won today. This is a dream coming true.
An absolute dream, and together with my sister, I couldn't be more happy. We had such a tough season, and to end it like this, a big dream came true today. Yes, we are happy. I'm speechless. We want to thank everybody at home, Mama and Papa, surely watching this. Yeah, thank you. Thanks to everybody, to our supporters and everybody.
What does it mean for you winning as a sisters?
I cannot describe. We had a hard season, and now that we came first here in coastal rowing, it makes me so happy, and I cannot find the word. I have to thank Magdi, for everything, and Kurt, and our coach Kurt.
We saw you celebrating when you crossed the line. What have you felt there?
Such a relief. We knew that it's going to be a really hard fight against the strong girls. There are some big names in the field, and that we could today win it was really a big margin and a big fight. And we are just proud, I think, and happy, and we definitely will celebrate today. But then I have another goal for next week. But for now, I couldn't be prouder and happier.
So let's start celebrating together. Thank you very much and congratulations. Continua la festa sulla spiaggia, mancano meno di 5 minuti alla partenza ufficiale della prossima grande finale, sarà la finale del singolo maschile al via alle 17:30. We now looking forward to the next A final, will be the men's solo starting in less than 5 minutes from now. È arrivato il momento del singolo maschile, la grande finale con 18 canottieri pronti a contendersi la medaglia più preziosa, l'oro, l'argento e il bronzo. And we are now waiting to the next A final. Actually, is one of the final that you can't miss. The men's solo starting in a minute from now. And we are officially off. That's the start of the A final of the men's solo. What a magic start there. 18 crews racing for gold, silver and bronze. Ed ecco la partenza straordinaria del singolo maschile in lotta per l'oro, l'argento e il bronzo mondiale. In gara tra gli italiani anche il beniamino di casa, il genovese Doc Davide Mumolo, che corre in maglia fiamme oro per una medaglia. But let's see all the updates straight on the water. Go to Scotty.
Hello, Luca. Well, that was certainly a competitive start. I think it was the rower from Italy to Gabriele Loconsoli who had his bow across the line first, but the rower from New Zealand won. Finlay Hamill of New Zealand Rowing has taken the fight to him, managed to get about a metre overlap on him and is going to be pushing hard to turn that into a big advantage as they make their way down the long first leg to turning point 1. Out on the right hand side of the course, we've also got Finland 1, Lithuania 1 and Ireland 1, all in a strong position to stay in touch with the front of the fleet as they start to make their way down this long leg. Quarter of the way down, it's about a mile down to that first turning point, but I think we're going to see a real battle between these two boats, New Zealand 1 and Italy 2, as the leg goes on.
Ed eccola la prima di due gare straordinarie. Dopo il singolo avremo i 4 e nei 4 le formazioni genovesi cercheranno di rincorrere il titolo iridato. Al momento c'è la Nuova Zelanda lì davanti a comandare, una bellissima azione per la Nuova Zelanda, poi l'Italia per la seconda posizione, la Finlandia attualmente in terza, la Lituania, poi Davide Mumolo, ma sono tutti molto vicini. Attenzione anche a Chris Beck, l'americano, che sta tornando indietro sulla Finlandia, sta cercando di portarsi sempre più sotto. Le onde fanno saltare gli equipaggi che non si piegano nemmeno di un centimetro, quindi ancora Nuova Zelanda, Italia, Finlandia quando sono ancora sulla stessa linea.
Well, Finlay Hamill from New Zealand 1 has indeed managed to get himself into the lead. He's managed to pull about a boat length clear of his competitor in the Italy 2 boat. He's had a bit of a gap back. We've got probably 3 or 4 boats all vying for that third place at the moment. Finland 1, Joel Nakarinen looking strong down the centre line of the course, very much in touch with the 2 ahead of him in that third place. We're only about halfway down this long first leg. just as we saw earlier, the breeze has almost completely died. If you look up at the sky, you'll see the cloud coverages that come in, covered the sky. We've lost the sun behind all of that cloud, and I think that effect that's taking place out there, potentially an inversion of the weather, where hot air up above has trapped a layer of cold air down towards the surface of the water, means that all of the breeze has been killed, and it's just trapping some very static air down by the surface of the water. That normally is an effect that will last for the rest of the day, potentially overnight, which means I imagine the conditions we've got now are probably what we're going to see for the rest of the racing today. But the swell still doing its bit and keeping things interesting and lively out on the water. They've got their work cut out to keep their bows pointing true down towards that first turning mark. But a masterclass in coastal rowing being rowed by these front two right now. New Zealand 1 in first place, 2 boat lengths back now to Italy 2.
La corsa diventa sempre più avvincente, la Nuova Zelanda non vuole lasciare spazio agli avversari, ma lì in seconda posizione sono i colori della Canottieri Cernobbio, Gabriele Loconsole del sodalizio del lago di Como, che sta cercando ora di mantenere la seconda posizione, ma alla grande è bella l'azione, pulito il colpo in acqua dell'atleta del gruppo sportivo della Polizia di Stato, le Fiamme Oro, colui che ha rappresentato l'Italia anche ai Giochi di Parigi, Davide Mumolo, nato e cresciuto su queste acque, sognava di partecipare a un campionato del mondo, questa mattina dichiarava che vedere Genova invasa dal canottaggio mondiale a distanza di 22 anni era un sogno che diventava realtà, ed ora accarezza la medaglia, potrebbe essere un sogno straordinario.
Well, Luca, I only followed some of what you said there, but I think I heard some excitement in your voice that it is Italy 2 and then Italy 1 around that first turning point in second and third place, hunting down Finley Hamilton, New Zealand 1, who has held on to that lead pretty much from the beginning. Fourth place now to Finland 1, fifth place France 1, with boats from Spain 3, USA 1 and GBR 1 in fifth, sixth and seventh place respectively.
Inizia davvero ad infiammarsi, guardate la Nuova Zelanda che sta cercando di allungare, classe 2002, Phil Hamill non vuole lasciare spazio ai nostri azzurri, sono rispettivamente attardati 7 e 12 secondi, al secondo posto c'è l'atleta della Canottieri Cernobbio, il lago di Como, che sta cercando di andare a consolidare la posizione, Gabriele Loconsole per la terza piazza, Davide Mumolo, lui del gruppo sportivo della Polizia di Stato, le Fiamme Oro per la terza posizione, ma genovese Doc, pensate, ha partecipato a 18 campionati del mondo, ha vinto 20 titoli italiani, ma la medaglia la vuole rincorrere qui sulle acque di casa per regalare una gioia incredibile a Genova, e lo sta facendo benissimo.
Well, Finley Hamill in that New Zealand 1 boat, still holding on to that lead, eking out ever more meters between him and that second place Italian boat. Gabriele Loconsoli in Italy 2, probably about 5 or 6 boat lengths back to Davide Mumolo in Italy 1. After that, there is a fighting pack to stay in touch with the front 3 boats. But 1, 2, 3 nicely spread out, which means they'll be able to take their time, choose their line around the second turning point, as is being done right now by Finley Hamill in New Zealand 1, holding water with his right-hand blade as he pulls hard with the left, pivoting the boat, losing as few meters as possible, knowing that he has got the space to play with so he can make the turn and pick his way out towards turning point 3 in the distance.
E questo è il momento importante, il giro di boa, lì davanti c'è la Nuova Zelanda per la seconda posizione, passa molto bene l'Italia con Gabriele Loconsole, ma ora gira vicinissimo alla boa, mantenendo la terza piazza l'atleta italiano locale Davide Mumolo, classe 94, che si trova lì in questo momento molto vicino. Buona l'azione, quindi Nuova Zelanda, Italia che ricerca una doppietta per la seconda e terza posizione. Molto bene l'americano che ora passa il britannico e potrebbe tentare addirittura la rimonta nella parte delle chicane nel singolo maschile.
Well, that's the first 10 boats or so around there. A little bit of close quarters racing action between GBR1, Charles Cousins, and Christopher Back in USA 1. However, they managed to give each other the space they needed to get around without either of them getting too tangled up. Both experienced hands in this coastal series, so they know there is no point taking unnecessary risks. They don't want to end up with a breakage or even worse, one of those 60-second penalties for interference. But it looked like they both carried out that manoeuvre, managing to give each other the space with grace and poise, and have kept the boats moving. They are chasing down, I think it is 7th and 8th place respectively. Christopher Back will be looking for a good result after their unfortunate breakage in his last race meant that they did not finish with the place I'm sure he was hoping for.
Finley Hamill from New Zealand, dalla Nuova Zelanda, continua a suonare la carica. Ora il passaggio ai 2500 metri ed è sempre lì davanti con il tempo di 11, 14 e 81. La lotta si fa interessante anche per la medaglia d'argento e di bronzo, e per l'argento c'è lui, Gabriele Loconsole della Canottieri Cernobbio, ma per il bronzo c'è ancora lui, Davide Mumolo, che rincorre coi denti questa medaglia di bronzo.
That's the lead 6 boats onto the next leg into the chicanes. 4th place now, Finland 1 with France 1 and Spain 3. Both having to take a moment to stay clear of each other. Couple of sporting words exchanged there, I think, but they've both managed to keep the boats moving and not suffer some of those bigger entanglements we've seen so far. We've still got Christopher Back chasing down the stern of Charles Cousins' boat and GBR1 there, pulling hard as they go into the chicanes. They will both know that the chicanes can give away everything you've worked so hard for on a race with just one small mistake or even some misfortune. Action on the water does that. Some of it is just down to pure luck. If you end up in the wrong place at the wrong time with the wrong bit of swell, it can cause disaster to your hopes. But out front, still looking incredibly strong. That entry from New Zealand 1, almost an entire leg ahead of the 6th and 7th place boat so far.
What a magic race here, the men's solo. Racing the A final of the men's solo is sort of a dream for all of the rowers, but let's get a full picture of what is going on at the split time. Of course, 2,500 meters gone. New Zealand leading. Then we've got Italy, Gabriele Loconsole in second. Davide Mumolo from the local town of Genoa hosting the world champ in third. Fourth is for Finland, fifth is France, sixth Spain. Then in seventh we've got Charles Cassin from Great Britain, United States of America, Chris Beck in eighth. Then Austria, Yuri Suchek in ninth, 10 is for Lithuania, 11th for Ukraine, 12th for Poland. Then we've got 13th, Victor Alberto Ferreira Bermudez from Spain, 14th, Sergei Planer Galvan, Spain. Then 15th is for Norway. Then France in 16th and 17th, 18th will be Ireland, closing this pack in the A final of the men's solo.
Well, Finland won, fourth place boat, now around into the final stages of the chicanes. France won, hot on his heels though. He picked up one of these swells, a surf off to the right-hand side of the course. It wasn't exactly the direction he wanted to be going, so he had to make quite a big correction to go back. That's the problem, that when you've got this swell at play and you are picking up those surfs, sometimes you're going fast, but you're not going fast in the right direction. So he's done well to make those extra meters back. Spain 3 behind him. A little bit more space now between GBR1 and USA1. Christopher Back looking over his shoulder, seeing a couple of boat lengths back to Charles Cousins, and he'll be working hard to try and make them back. A spectacular backdrop to this race course with the huge cargo ships coming in behind it all, putting some perspective on the size of the boats and the conditions that they have to deal with. For context, that ship is about the length of some of these lengths of a chicane, which means that the length of that ship could be an entire leg of this race course. Goes to show how serious the conditions are that some of the rowers have to contend with out here on these open coastal waters.
What a magic race here, che gara magica. Se da un lato la Nuova Zelanda sta cercando di controllare per la seconda e terza posizione, si apre lo spettacolo, si apre la corsa. Davide Mumolo tenta l'ultimo assalto per rientrare su Gabriele Loconsole. La lotta diventa tra due compagni di squadra che diventano avversari. Italia contro Italia per la medaglia d'argento e di bronzo, con la Nuova Zelanda lì da sola a comandare per loro. Ed eccolo l'assalto, si toccano coi remi, cercano ancora di rientrare. Italia contro Italia, Davide Mumolo da un lato, dall'altro invece c'è appunto Gabriele Loconsole. Ora o mai più in questo assalto, guardate, ancora punta a punta, incredibile, davvero qui a Genova per le medaglie d'argento e di bronzo. È ancora uno spettacolo apertissimo per le medaglie nel singolo.
I think, as you were saying there, Luca, some real close competition between the two Italian entries. but Davide Momolo in Italy, one having to give some way on one of the marks to make sure he avoided a collision, but he has made that back. He's come inside to the right-hand side of the course and has just about managed to pull his stern clear of the entry on Italy too. But as he does so, I think we've seen our leader right from the start, Finlay Hamill, cross the finish line. New Zealand one, taking the lead of that race.
What a magic finish here. So if gold is all for Finlay Hamill from New Zealand with a time of 18 and 27. Silver and bronze is contested between the two Italian scholars and crossing the line sul traguardo. Ora il sogno che diventa realtà per andare a chiudere con l'argento al collo. E il genovese Davide Momolo sul traguardo, il vice campione del mondo. Poi il bronzo a Gabriele Lo Console della Canottieri Cernobbio.
Second mark, pick their own line without getting pushed wide by the team from Italy too.
È una gara di quelle che ci incollerà fino al traguardo e l'imbarcazione regina al comando. C'è il quadruplo dell'Ucraina, hanno lavorato tantissimo per questa gara, ma lì al secondo posto c'è la società sportiva Murcarolo che ora sta cercando di andare a fare l'assalto all'Ucraina. Ottima la direzione del timoniere Fabio Siracusa che sta cercando di rimanere all'interno dell'Ucraina per tentare di girare la boa più sotto, più vicino, una curva molto ravvicinata per tentare il sorpasso in piega se fossimo una gara di MotoGP. Quindi grande attenzione, Ucraina lì davanti, l'Italia è seconda con Murcarolo. Per la terza posizione c'è la Canottieri Padova di Goretti, Gentili, Martini, Ruta e il timoniere Riva.
Well, Ukraine one managed to just stay clear. The team there from Italy, it's the Italian boat just putting their bow on top of the stern of the Ukrainian boat, but it didn't seem to push anybody too far out of the way or off course. So it's Ukraine one charging down in third place. I think it was the next Italian boat. It is all happening at this mark. We got 4 or 5 boats all together. Italy won and Netherlands won, having locked oars there. It looks like Italy won have managed to pull out ahead though. Both teams having to momentarily stop rowing. Everybody found their own bit of water now coming around. There's a fair bit of shouting between all the coxes on the water, all of them trying to find the best space for their team to get a good line on the run into the chicanes. They're coming back down the coastline, back towards the finish line, but those series of tight turns to navigate. No mean feat in these longer, heavier boats, particularly with the swell and all of that messy water we get on the inshore bit of the course.
It's unreal, it's incredible, una gara incredibile davvero. L'Italia ha tentato con la società sportiva Murcarolo di fare il colpo, l'assalto all'Ucraina. Bellissima l'azione per questa formazione. Sitiali Catalosi, Melegari, Siracusa stanno cercando di accorciare il gap sulla formazione ucraina. Sono poppa prua. Quando dico poppa prua vuol dire che non c'è spazio, non c'è luce tra un'imbarcazione e l'altra. Potrebbero ancora rientrare. Una buona azione quindi per Murcarolo sull'Ucraina. Per la terza posizione la Spagna. C'è ancora un'altra formazione italiana in quarta piazza. Mamma mia, incredibile davvero. Genova, fatevi sentire. Passaggio ai 2500 metri, Ucraina in testa con il tempo di 9:49,46, 1 secondo e 67 il distacco della società sportiva Murcarolo che sta cercando di rimanere lì in contatto, gioca col fuoco, il timoniere dell'Ucraina non vuole lasciare spazio, mette gli atleti Murcarolo lì sui gorghi per non lasciare centimetri che potrebbero diventare preziosi per la terza posizione la Spagna in una gara incredibile per il canottaggio mondiale.
Ukraine 1 around turning point 4, still keeping that lead. Italy 2 having to slow down in order to navigate that mark properly, but they have managed to do that. We've had a little bit of a bump with GBR 1, and I think one of the other French boats back there. Looks like everybody's clear now though, but up front still Ukraine 1, chased by Italy 2, and then Spain 5 now in that third place, but over half a boat overlap. Italy 3 pulling hard, trying to get their bow ahead and hang on to that third place. The Italians will be looking to get both those boats on the podium if possible. The Ukrainians are not going to give that away lightly though, and they are going to be chased hard right to the end of this race.
Sono praticamente in braccio agli ucraini, viaggiano poppa a prua, l'Ucraina non vuole mollare, l'Italia è lì molto vicina per cercare di rientrare. Bellissima l'azione della società sportiva Murcarolo, ma anche l'altra formazione italiana, quella capitanata dal vice campione olimpico Giacomo Gentili, che a Parigi ha guidato l'Italia alla medaglia d'argento nel 4 di coppia. Ora sta cercando di dare la carica agli altri compagni, Martino Goretti, Simone Martini, Pietro Ruta e Andrea Riva insieme. I cavalli di razza cercano di avvicinarsi pericolosamente alla società sportiva Murcarolo. Attenzione quindi alle due formazioni italiane, l'Ucraina è ancora lì davanti, una gara che si accende in fiamma ancora!
Well, Luca, it sounds to me like you're still excited about the Italian boats, and something to be excited about. It was Italy 3 that managed to get the jump on the Spanish there in Spain 5 and are now hanging on to third place. It looks like the two Italian boats, Italy 1 and Italy 3, are taking the fight to the Ukrainians up front. They are neck and neck in second place, pushing hard to try and put pressure on the leaders in the final stage of this race. And it will be a mistake under pressure that looks like the only thing that is going to cost this incredibly strong and consistent Ukrainian entry. In fourth, though, Spain 5. However, you'll be pleased to know, Luca, in sixth and seventh, it's Italy 4 and Italy 1, followed then by the Netherlands.
È una di quelle gare che rimarrà per sempre nella storia del canottaggio mondiale, perché se da un lato c'è l'Ucraina che sicuramente lancia anche un messaggio di pace e di speranza, si sono preparati per essere qui, hanno lottato davvero con cuore, grinta, carattere, dovendo superare una serie di ostacoli che tutti conosciamo per la seconda e terza posizione. Invece Murcarolo e la Canottieri Padova stanno cercando di regalare una doppia medaglia all'Italia. La Canottieri Padova, ricordiamo, capitanata da Giacomo Gentili, il capovoga, vice campione olimpico a Parigi. Al numero 4, al quarto carrello, c'è Peppo Pietro Willy Ruta da Griante, medaglia di bronzo alle Olimpiadi di Tokyo nel doppio pesi leggeri. Ora un momento cruciale, il sorpasso di Padova su Murcarolo, incredibile, sono in braccio, è davvero straordinario, si ferma Padova e passa la Spagna, no!
Well, I think, Luca, I could hear that from what you were saying, you could see what was going on. It was the boat from Italy 3, that ended up, unfortunately, tangled with Italy 2, sorry. And it is now a bit of a bust-up at that mark with one of the other boats. Everyone's lost their bow numbers, so it's really hard for me to be able to tell, but I think that's 3 Italian boats, all on the course, all tangled up around at turning point 6, while the rest of the fleet managed to row past them. Everybody else doing well to stay out of trouble. You'll probably be able to tell us how that's affected placings, though.
Well, there was a big change here, and is Ukraine still leading? They went away and they flew away from the crowd, but then second is Spain and third is the Netherlands. So Italy 1 at the moment is fourth. They have to get back. Won't be an easy finish here. So Ukraine, Spain and the Netherlands in third.
We've seen previously, Luca, these chicanes, they can create risk that can take away what has been a consistent race for people so far, and that's exactly what we saw there with the Italian entries. The Ukrainians having the advantage of being in the lead, they could stay clear of all of the drama unfolding behind them, and clear they've stayed out front the entire race from that first leg, and I think you'll be able to see them coming across the line shortly.
They are about to cross the line, and it's 16 minutes for them. The Ukraine combination just won the world champ. Second will go to Spain, 5, and therefore the silver medal is for Spain. But for the bronze, per il bronzo la lotta è tra Rowing Club genovesi e poi l'Olanda. Passa l'Olanda per una pallina di bronzo sul traguardo. Quarto posto per il Rowing Club genovesi. Okay. What a magic day for you. Ukraine just won the most prestigious Cox quadruple scull. How was it?
It was fun. Yes, we have bad weather from the morning. It's much bad than it was in the morning. So it was very fun, and we are happy that we are the first and not the last one.
Murcarolo tried really hard. They were trying to get back. They tried at different turning points. But were you able to manage every single meter?
No, it's not so comfortable. We just believe in our maybe some luck. Yes, and it's well done. It's well done from us. Yes, and it's too bad that they have a appointment and have a track to have a, I don't know how to say it on English. My English is not so good.
You're super good. And finally, of course, you are world champion. You got the gold around your neck. The presentation will start shortly. So how are you feeling about it?
I was at 2021 the world champion. But in that World Rowing Coastal Championships, there's not so tight races were, and now it's more tight and a lot of Olympic names. So I like to race with them. So it's very good for me.
Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Sono finiti dietro, erano secondi e terzi. Thank you. The last race of the day is about to start and we can't wait to see the last final here for the World Rowing Coastal Championships in the mixed double scull. 18 crews again racing for gold, silver and bronze in a minute from now. And the last final of the day is officially off. We are racing for gold, silver and bronze in the mixed double scull. And again, 18 crews competing and racing towards their dreams. Of course, will be the podium here, but we've got 4K to go, and let's see all the updates for the last connection straight to the water with our wonderful commentator Scotty.
Hi, Luca. Well, looked like a very nice clean start for all the boats there. Nobody taking too much risk. Last race of the day, last final. They don't want to throw anything away by having an extra metre over the line too early. It looked like a fantastic start for the pairing of New Zealand 1 out on the right-hand side. But the team from Monaco 1 have pulled probably half a boat length ahead, currently holding on from my vantage point at least to first position. After that, it looks like another strong entry from Ukraine 1 in third position, but the fleet spread wide across the course. Not much between the front of the lead boat and the stern of the last boat, though, in terms of how far out they're strung along that, but a very wide spread across the centre line of that course, and we'll see who comes out of that the best a little bit further down the line. It is indeed Monaco 1 that are holding on to that early lead, and they're looking like they're trying to cement that into a gap to give them the breathing space that they will want to make these mark roundings and come into the chicanes unpressured, less likely to be forced into giving away any easy meters to their competitors. Hot on their heels though, Ukraine 1, New Zealand 1, and I think the entry from GBR 4 on the far side of the racecourse.
Ed è questa l'ultima battaglia, l'ultima corsa per le medaglie a questo campionato del mondo Coastal 2024. Abbiamo una corsa straordinaria, la voglia è quella di andare a salire sul gradino più alto del podio. Attenzione ancora una volta alla Nuova Zelanda, all'Ucraina e poi ancora all'assalto, ma c'è l'Italia nella mischia per provare a rientrare. Una bellissima azione di Annalisa Cozzarini ed Andrea Serafino che in questo momento accarezzano la medaglia, sono lì al quarto posto, ma tutto è aperto ancora.
Well, the final couple of 100 metres on the first leg. Team from Monaco 1 still hanging on to that lead. But that boat from Ukraine 1 are working hard to try and get their bow overlapping the stern of the boat ahead of them, pressure them into making the turn as wide as possible to give them the clearance they need. So there are no stoppages, no tangling of blades as they make the mark rounding. The Monacans responding though, and they are not going to let that happen if they can do anything about it. New Zealand looking strong out on the right-hand side of the course, though. They're looking to use that momentary interaction between the other two boats, their advantage. Any energy going into working out what competitors doing is an energy going into the blades in the water. The team from New Zealand have got a bit of space around them, and they're trying to get ahead, row around those other two boats, and put themselves in a really strong position on the second leg. It's actually the boat GBR number 1 that is on the inside of the course, currently in 5th place, having to cede a little bit of water to a team from Italy. Italy 2 have just come up the inside of the boat from Ukraine, both of them having to stop rowing for a moment to let the boats glide clear. No room to move those oars at all, but they all seem to have made that manoeuvre fantastically. So in 5th place GBR 1, then New Zealand 2 and 7th, France 4, and Spain 2 in 8th and 9th respectively. Well, Monaco 1 still got their bow up front in 1st place, but only a boat length back to Ukraine 1 and New Zealand 1. New Zealand 1 looking quite strong, though, on the right-hand side of the course. They've got a little bit of space, unpressured by any of the boats further to their left. So I think we might see a good position for them as they come around this mark. They had certainly made up some ground and got themselves into what looked like 2nd place when we were alongside them just then. But Monaco 1 doing well to hang on to that space behind them. Again, trying to make all these turns unpressured. If they can row their own race and just keep that pace a little bit faster than their competitors, then they will be hard matched around the chicanes.
Diventa davvero interessante in questa frazione la lotta alle medaglie, e se da un lato Monaco continua a fare la differenza per la 2ª e 3ª posizione, ci sono Ucraina e Nuova Zelanda. L'Italia è ancora lì in contatto per il 4º posto con il circolo triestino del Saturnia, Annalisa Cozzarini ed Andrea Serafino, che in questo momento provano a cambiare marcia. E what a magic performance here, Monaco still leading, Monte Carlo, as we say here in Italy. Monaco leading there, and is an amazing performance. Quentin Antonielli represented Monaco at the Olympics game. Actually, he was the flag bearer at the closing ceremony, and now want to bring an important medal back home with him. But look it out there for 2nd and 3rd. It's all open, and Italy is currently trying really hard to get into the great position for a potential medal. Yes, they did. They passed from 4th to 2nd place now.
Luca, a bit of action out on the course. Disaster for the boat from Ukraine 1. That stroke rower, having lost her right hand oar blade, means that they have stopped. They've made their way safely outside of the race course to make sure they're not an obstruction to any other boats, but they are just sitting on the outside waiting to probably row themselves home. A really strong start, and they held on to 2nd place for both of those first 2 legs, but unfortunately I think that sees them out of the running for any of the positions in this race, leaving the door open to New Zealand. Jackie Kittle and Matthew Dunham there, a pairing we've seen before, so they know this game well, and they will be working hard to make up any distance they can to try and seize 1st place.
What an incredible race here. They all are changing and they still changing here. But let's have a look and see who is leading here. And then Tefield all the way down to the 18th position. Monaco is still leading. Then we've got New Zealand 1 in second, Italy 2 in third, Spain 3 in fourth, Great Britain 1 in 5, New Zealand 2 in 6, France 4 in 7, Spain 2 in 8th, then France 1 in 9th, Lithuania 1, 10th, 11th is for Great Britain 2, Peru 1 in 12th position, then we've got Sweden in 13th, Ukraine 1, 14th, Germany 1, 15th, France 2, 16th, Poland 1, 17th, closing Austria 1 in 18th.
Well, Luca, the pressure at the front of the fleet is evident. There's been a tangle between the boat from Monaco and the second place boat. I couldn't quite make out who it was, but it has left the door wide open for that pairing from New Zealand. New Zealand 1 to push outside of everything, and they are now making their way to that next mark, unpressured by the Monacans, who were holding on so well to that victory. The boat from New Zealand's got the inside line here, so if they can keep the pace up, then they'll be in a really strong position going into the fourth leg. Their eyes over their shoulders. They're going to have to be careful, though, to make sure they don't get too close to the boat from Monaco, who has pulled back. Actually, that's been a fantastic recovery from the team from Monaco. They have now managed to get an overlap, get their bow ahead, and are in fact round the mark first. A fantastic recovery from them, having almost entirely stopped to then be able to row all the way back around the boat from New Zealand. It's now Monaco 1, New Zealand 1, and Italy 2. First three boats around that mark.
Le prime tre imbarcazioni, le imbarcazioni per le medaglie, Monaco con Nuova Zelanda, ma per la terza posizione c'è l'Italia che lotta per una medaglia e sta lottando fino alla fine ad ogni singola occasione. L'Italia prova a rinvenire, quindi Monaco, Nuova Zelanda e Italia. Ale, gli azzurri per la medaglia di bronzo, Cozzarini, Serafino, ora ci credono davvero.
Well, turning point 5 hasn't seen much change. It's still the boat from Monaco up ahead, but New Zealand 1 have got an overlap on them, and they are now trying to row around the outside of that boat from Monaco. They're trying to put down an extra spurt of speed to get around on the left-hand side of the boat and have the outside line coming around the next mark. It's a bit of a sharper turn, the next mark, though, as they start to come back in towards the shoreline. So they're going to have to be able to really double down and make that overlap something quite significant to be able to turn that into an advantage. Still Italy 2, got a bit of space either side of them, so they'll be able to pick their line. However, they will be vulnerable that either if the boats ahead of them get stopped, then they're going to row straight into the back of them. So they're going to have to keep a really careful eye behind them as they come around that next turning mark. Well, this could be a bit of a moment in the race. I think those lead two boats have misjudged the course and they are both heading to the wrong side of turning, I think it's turning point 6. It's the New Zealand boat that realised it first, and that has left them in a really strong position as they were already on the outside of what that should have been. They've been able to row their way back around and get across and around that mark first. It's put the Monacans back in a bit of a tangle, and they are now caught up with the team from Italy too, trying to fight their way around that mark with a big swell rolling in at just the wrong moment. The waves are never when you want them, and that has now put the team from Monaco 1 that led the race up until now back in 4th place. New Zealand 1 currently in the lead.
Attenzione, un cambio incredibile, la Nuova Zelanda è passata alla vittoria e lì davanti sta dominando, l'Italia è stata schiacciata come in una morsa scivolando al 3° posto, un cambio incredibile quando manca davvero pochissimo al traguardo.
Oh, and what a turnout on the water. The team from New Zealand 1 have rowed themselves out to the left in towards the penalty box. So it looks like they are going to be sitting out for at least 60 seconds in that penalty box, watching that hope of first place row past them into the distance. I'm not quite sure exactly what that penalty was for yet. However, it has left the door open potentially for the team from Monaco to get back on the podium. At the moment, there's 3 boats up ahead. First 2 don't have any bow numbers, so I can't tell you what they are. Luca, maybe you've got that information?
Oh, guardate, in chiusura è proprio così, la Nuova Zelanda si è dovuta fermare nel penalty box e quindi la gara si è riaperta in modo esagerato per andare a conquistare le medaglie d'oro, d'argento e di bronzo. Monaco è scivolata al 4° posto, potrebbe rientrare, nel mezzo c'è anche l'Italia, ancora in corsa verso il traguardo, guardate che spettacolo! Italy trying to push back, they second at the moment, Cozzarini and Serafino trying to get back into the mix and trying to get an important medal here to end the day. Guardate che spettacolo nell'ultimo tratto del percorso, ancora l'assalto disperato, Monaco perde un remo, quasi non ci posso credere, siamo sul traguardo, we crossing the line, it is Spain winning the last gold of the day, Italy is for silver and bronze goes to New Zealand.
Well, Luca, if there was ever a race that showed it's not over until it's over, I think that this was the one. We have had drama and excitement every step of the way. It goes to show that when the competition is this close and everybody in the boat's this powerful, that it is nothing but exciting, start to finish. We're going to hand back to you on the beach now after a long day on the water. What a race to finish on.
What a race to finish off. Thank you very much, Scotty. You've been amazing on the water and we're really enjoying all of your tips and our updates on the water. You've been a magic value add to this event.